Okay, everybody, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Today, I want to do maybe some animation. We got a character who moves across the screen, and I would like them to run across the screen. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this off today. And if I do, it's not going to be as fancy as my wildest dreams. It just won't. But I'm gonna try. Before I do that, I want to also set up a hacking plan. I don't know if you're familiar with hacking plan, but it's kind of like a Trello. It's you know, it has a Kanban board, you know, the kind of thing that lets you manage your project. So this is one that I had for a little game jam game I did with a friend, Pierogigon specifically, you may know, and you can see we have like these sections here. So this is like planned stuff, in progress stuff, testing, completed. So I need to set up something like this for this game because the game is starting to complexify. It's starting to complexify. So I want to keep track of things, and yeah, it's a free tool. It's a really great tool. You can pay for it, but don't. Like, unless you're like a big studio, it's not worth it. So it's a really great tool, and it's geared towards game developers. So you'll notice here, I didn't set any of these up. Right, we've got programming, art, design, writing, marketing, sound. It's got a lot of stuff that you would want as a game developer, and you can add people in there. So you can see this is somebody else. We have this letter N here, so you can have different people participating on here. It's a really cool thing. I'm gonna set up a new one today for the game that I'm working on. The other thing I want to tell you about is my internet can be iffy. My internet can be iffy, y'all. It really can be. That's something that we're working on, but I do my best. You can see right here, this is my bitrate. I stream at 15,000 kilobits per second. That is how much data I put out. And, well, as you can see, it drops down. The only reason it drops down is because my upload speed drops down. Something that I'm looking into, I've been looking into for many months now, and still no resolution, but we'll get there. So yeah, once in a while it will dip and go back up. And how will this affect the stream? You might see some gray bars. On rare occasions, the stream will actually buffer, but that doesn't usually happen. So yeah, so I thought I'd let you know. I've got the bitrate up there sometimes so we can keep track of that. That's it, that's today. Those are the informations for today. I'm still getting live chat up. So let me set that up. I got my lunch right here. It's cheesy quinoa. I love quinoa, and I love cheese. They work well together. So, I got my water. No tea today. Yeah, I think I'll be okay without tea today. Famous last words. No tea! What kind of monster? By the way, I guess one last thing. If you aren't already subscribed to the channel, I hope you'll consider doing that. It's a wonderful thing to do. It feels great. It gives you, like, all these colors and confettis. It's a wonderful feeling. Consider hitting that subscribe button if you haven't yet. I do these streams every week, multiple times a week, and I'm very committed to it. I love doing it. I love working on this game. So, yeah, let's keep getting into it. I think I got chat up now. We got Super Novero in the house. Frank Franz, welcome, y'all. Good to see you. Good to see you. I just got chat up. Took me a second. I've been a little slow this week. We're gonna need a close-up on that quinoa. All right, let's... Let's see. So, I think the colors should be alright. Sometimes the colors can get weird. Let me see. Maybe I'll get a nice spoonful. Oh, yeah. So, it's not just cheesy quinoa. I also put, I put blackened seasoning on here. I tried to make my own blackening season for a while. And then I realized Zatarain's, which is a brand in my country, has a blackened seasoning themselves. But I added some, you can even see some on the spoon. I added some smoked paprika. I added some MSG. Oh, yeah. And, I added some oregano as well. I like flavor. I'm a big, I love flavor. You started holding it up in the stream, immediately buffered for you. Yeah, so sorry about that. Here, do you get your money shot, right? Take a screenshot, right? And here, well, let's see. I see it buffering. I'm so sorry. Usually it's not right when I start streaming that it happens, but it tends to come and go, so hopefully it will go. I'd appreciate it if it went. That would be great. Let me just get a good bite. That's not good. Zatarans is so good. It's so good. It's so good. And my first encounter with blackened seasoning, because I'm from the Midwest, and that's not, I'm from a part of the Midwest in the United States that is often associated with Southern United States, but it's not the Southern United States. So my real first encounter with like blackened seasoning, which is like Cajun seasoning, was uh it was Popeyes, which is a fried chicken restaurant, fast food chain, and I just was so obsessed with the blackened chicken that they came out with, and I tried for so long to emulate the blackened chicken flavor, and I learned a lot about seasoning and stuff like that. But then I realized I could just buy the seasoning, and I mean, it was a wrap. So, but the difference is, like, buying the seasoning isn't my favorite because they always add more salt than I want in it. And I'm not against salt. I just feel like too much salt can ruin a thing. And I like to add a lot of flavor in. So if I add as much flavor as I want into my food using a seasoning blend, it's going to have too much salt because they already add the salt in. I want to add the salt myself. I want to do my own salt. But anyway, it's neither here nor there. More salt, oops, too much. I don't want too much. I don't want too much. Is this like a river? I see those deciduous, those delicious JPEG rocks. They are JPEG. How did you know? They are JPEG. Like, I know, the ground especially. So, first of all, Frank, I had not thought to make it a river, but that is a great idea. So it just kind of, the idea, so it started last week, DNF Dead, I don't know, I was just like, hey, you know, chat, what's up? I don't know what to work on today. And DNF Dead in the chat was like, hey, how about something that kills you instantly? And I was like, that's cool, because right now your limbs get injured by stuff. You know, if you like bump into things, it brings down your individual limb hit points. So if I bump into this, well, actually our arms aren't there. There you can see the leg went down a number, the leg went down, the body goes down a number. And so DNF was saying, what about something that if you bump into it, it immediately kills you? And so the idea I came up with was this cliff, this like chasm that you fall in. And if you fall in it, you die instantly. So this is something I set up last week, and then that sort of led me to some other ideas, like, well, what if there was like a drop down, but it doesn't kill you? And so I just made this. I didn't really think about what it was. It's just like a section. It's just a section. You fall down in it, and that's it. You bump into the wall, it hurts, and you have to jump out. And then maybe it's almost like a platforming section, right? And there could be different levels where you like almost like stairs or something like that, and you have to climb up them. I had not thought to make it a river. And then for the Monday member stream, which just happened since it is now Wednesday and Monday was a couple days ago. Wow, good day math. For the Monday member stream, I added some textures, and I modeled these cliffs. So yeah, and you know, this was sort of a spur of the moment thing to just slap it on this ground here. I wasn't really thinking what that would be, but that's a great idea to make it a river. And then there could be certain things that happen, maybe fish in there, or, you know, I don't know. Is the alien allergic to water? I'm not sure, but it raises questions. I like to buy base seasonings and then make my own blends. Yeah, exactly. Dude, exactly. Oh my gosh, I'm so affirmed to hear you say that. I love making blends. I mean, getting that perfect blackened seasoning is not easy. At least, not for me. So it's nice to have a shortcut with the Zatarans, but I still much prefer if I can make it myself. So it's a study. It's a study. Of course, you know, I can't just look at the ingredients because they're all like, you know, oregano, paprika, spices, Really? There's spices in there. Wow. Wow. The igneous trees, yes, the deciduous rocks and the igneous trees. That is the backwards world that we live in alien meat world. There's something poetic about that. The igneous trees, the deciduous rocks. Wow, wow, wow. Flying fish. Yeah. Oh yeah, nice reference to a game from by a friend of ours, Danny Kaka, a game series. I assume there's invisible walls on each side. Not to go too crazy, maybe if you don't jump, you trip over some rocks in front of the river and the alien instantly trips and drowns. Oh, I like that. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, so there needs to be invisible walls. Currently, there are not, but that's to be added to the hacking plan, which I plan on doing today. So right now, you can actually just go all the way around. The idea that I really want, like what I really want, is to have it loop. So if you like start to go off, I want it to bring you from the other side, right? So you come from the other side. So it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's like infinite. That's what I really want, but I'm afraid that that's a little more effort than I actually know how to do. But maybe. But yeah, I think invisible walls will be like the temporary thing, right? Or at least they will be the baseline thing. And then maybe, just maybe, I'll try infinite loop someday. So that way, because I don't know, to me, infinite walls, they always bother me, for no good reason, but they always bother me because I'm like, oh, like, if it's an infinite wall, then, or not an infinite wall, sorry, an invisible wall. If it's an invisible wall, it doesn't make sense. Like, why would there be an invisible wall? It's not, if you're in like a racetrack, it makes sense. There's going to be like, seating on either side and walls to protect the audience. Like that makes sense. Okay, that's why there's walls there. And not everything has to make sense. It's a game, right? Not everything has to make sense. A lot to think about. Yeah, flying fish is good. Honor system currently, yeah, it is the honor system currently. That's absolutely correct. There's some things, so like today I do want to try to do some animation stuff. I do want to do the hack and plan first, so I'm going to set up the project manager so that way it can just be a little more managed. And we can take ideas like what Super Vero just talked about, and what Frank was suggesting. We can keep all those down and put down need to do invisible walls. But like for example, so like right here to avoid this cliff, right? There's some trees here. And so like a strategy I just apparently am doing is like weaving around those trees, which, is fine, but the left leg is hanging off of the cliff. It's hanging off of the cliff. So like this is way beyond today, but in theory, I'd love to see some like inverse kinematics or something where the foot tries to stay on the the you know the ground and it isn't floating off the side. Or if you go too far, if you're like, I mean, if you think about it, you're gonna tip over eventually. So, maybe there's a way to say like you actually fall, sort of like what Supernova was saying, where if you trip over like something going into the cliff, you would fall. In that same sense, maybe if your leg is hanging off the edge, you tip over and you fall into the chasm. So yeah, because I mean, and you guys, I know you both know Frank and Supernovero. The big dream game that I have been working on and dreaming of for so long, literally dreams, Survive Escape. And so that this is supposed to be sort of a mini exploration of limb damage mechanics. And not just limb damage, but like injuries. Not necessarily realistic injuries, but more immersive, more meaningful injuries. And I think tripping and falling is going to be a really good part of that. So yeah, I think that's a really important thing to add in. And before I forget it, we should definitely start setting up the hack and plan so I can do that. So then what I also want to do today, after I set up the hack and plan a little bit, we don't have to go all out in the hack and plan, we can just get started, and I want to look for. Actually, I need to change the model, because right now the model has these arms reaching forward, and if I'm gonna want to just grab for now like an animation from Mixamo, I'm gonna want it to be in T-pose, so that way the animation attaches to it better. So that's the other thing I have to do. I need to add a T-pose for the character. So let's start with that. Let's start with what I want to do today for the Hackin' Plan. Now this is an old Hackin' Plan. I'm gonna set up a new Hackin' Plan. It looks like the internet is balancing out for now, so I'll hide that. So I'm gonna make a new. This is how easy it is to set this up in Hackin' Plan. Again, it's Hackin' Plan, Hack-N Plan. I'll type it in the chat. And then it's not in the description box, but I can definitely get it into the description box, so that way I'll put it up on the screen too. That's how it's spelled. Okay, let's just, we gotta promote it because it's a really cool program, and it's not a program, it's a website. I'm just gonna say hackandplan.com. We'll just put it right at the top there. All right, now it's in the description. So Hack and Plan, it's in the description and the chat. It's kind of weird sounding, so I just want to make sure you see how it's spelled. So I'm gonna set up a new project here. So let's project type custom. Define your custom feature configuration and have complete control. A Kanban board for your tasks, simple and intuitive for who prefers a lightweight approach. So I feel like we can do light and still customize it. Yeah. But I mean, this is a bigger project, so it would be nice. I mean, if I look at, so this one was a light. That's what this one was. But we should still have like a bunch of different, you know what? I'm going to do custom. Let's do project. Let's do custom. Whoa! We got a lot of stuff. Due dates. No due dates. I'm not interested in due dates. Now, this is really helpful. So you can actually see on this one, it says 227 days behind. This was due May 7th, 2023. So it will do some cool things to like keep you on track, which is great. I don't feel the need for that, so we're not gonna worry about that right now. Enable costs. Right. So this I kind of understand. I feel like this is like just helping to keep track of how much like work and time investment you've put into things. Destroy due dates. I banish you, due date. Exactly. Thank you for understanding. That deserves a Keen buy. I need to recoup that energy. All right. So, and that's why it's hyper game dev, because you never know when I'll do that. Okay. Enable subtasks. Yeah, sure. Dependencies, attachments, comments, tags, game design model. I really like it. So this is what I wasn't seeing here in the light version. I really like game design model, and I'll show you that in a second. Enable types, dates, start and due dates. I don't know. Just how about no? Enable attachments. Enable comments. Yeah. Enable activity logs. Yeah. Enable notifications, UI and email. Sure. All right, complete project information. Thanks for hanging in there, hanging out here. Yeah, I hope I'll see you later. Take good care. Thanks for stopping in, Superno. It's so great to check in with you. I always appreciate it when I see you. Yeah, have a good one. Enjoy that Zatarans. Yeah, this bite is for you. No, it's silly. See you, Superno. All right. Oh, and by the way, there's a Unity Humble Bundle. I know you use Unity. And you can, if you're ever interested in Humble Bundles, you can actually support Hyper Game Dev. Really, just like, don't worry about it. Get out of here. But I did want to let you know that there is a Unity Humble Bundle right now. And I know you like Unity. And if that's something you were looking at anyway, if you use that URL, you can actually support Hyper Game Dev if you adjust the donation down here. Change this custom amount. Look at that. So just so you know, by the way, it's a really cool bundle. It's got a bunch of power tools in it. It's got, oh, this is the ultimate game development one. Let me pull up the Unity one. Oh, this one has 5 days left. This one's Unity and Unreal. There's a Unity one as well. Anyway, I'll tell you about it later. Come back later, I'll tell you about it, alright? There's a couple different Humble Bundles out there, and there's a Unity one. I'll have that link when you come back. But this one has Unity stuff too. Alright. So, anyway, I don't want to talk about that. Complete project information. Yes, so we want to say this is Alien Meat World. It's just a working title. It's just a working title. All right? I don't know if I want to keep it. So, and then because the reason why it's meat is because part of the game idea is that you have to consume animals and people, and that gets you points and health. So, and it's like Boy Meets World, Alien Meat World. I don't know. It's not a good title. It's a working title, but it's the one I have. Project description. Survival. Actually, I've already done this. Well, I mean, I might as well just eat some quinoa. I might as well pull up the description I've already written. You know? I don't know if I wrote it in this document. Let me find the document I did write it down in. Real quick. I think... Oh, here we go. I need to put this in that same document. Let me do that right now. I just gotta make sure it's coming. It's coming. Move to there. Okay, now it should be in there. Okay. Survival platformer research is the document that I was looking for, and I have now found it. Okay. Concept. Gameplay. Wield gelatinous limbs and harvest earthling meat to save your species from extinction. Harvest the meat. This is an alternate. Harvest the meat of earthlings using gelatinous limbs. Save your alien species from extinction. I don't know what's a... I mean, they both are okay. I don't know which one I like better. But they're both correct. Wield gelatinous limbs and harvest earthling meat to save your species from it. Harvest the meat. I feel like this one is more clear. Alright, so that's going to be my description. Oh, and this is the homepage for Hack and Plan as well. Give you kind of a sense of how they pitch themselves. Cost metric. Sure, hours. So I think this is like... This is something I don't always understand, but maybe it'll start to become more clear. I think this is like, you know, this is again more for like deadline projects that there's a specific time frame on. But it can also be helpful to see how much time you've invested. I say hours is fine. General info. Oh gosh. Let's see if we can grab anything. Core features. Okay. Oh, we can also do like background. I have all this world building. Look at all this. Look at all this world building. Oh my gosh. I don't think I'm gonna... Guidelines or links. I'm gonna say survival-based... endless runner style game with survival elements. Limbs. It's a little too zoomed in. The zoom is too. It's too zoomed. It's tubed. Endless runner style game with survival elements. Limbs take damage and need to be healed or else the player will experience a reduction in abilities. This blew up for a second there. Platforming, obstacle avoidance, shoot 'em up style, offense and defense all come, and constant rail shooter. It's more of rail shooter. I would say platforming, obstacle avoidance, and rail shooting come together to drive the gameplay forward. I think that's pretty decent explanation. Let's say one more thing. Now we can fix this more later, but this is just for now, just to get started, get an idea of the project and everything. I want to say that points are scored by healing is done by grabbing and consuming meat. Animals, humans. Healing is done by consuming meat. Animals, humans, etc. I mean, there's really else is there. There's animals and humans. I guess it could be like food. I guess there could be like a dinner plate. I don't know. We'll just say animals and humans. We'll say animals, comma, humans. I know it's overthinking. Healing is done by grabbing and consuming meat directed at the limb desired to be healed. Alternatively, meat can be dunked into a score bubble that increases the player's score. Still have to set that part up. There's a lot to set up. That's why we're making the project manager. Finally, healing is done by grabbing and consuming. Oh, the player may also choose to run faster, thereby improving a score multiplier at the end of levels. Gotta go fast. Hey, what's up, Pepe? You know it. This is what going fast looks like in this game right now. Oop, that's zoomed in though. You can go slow, but if you know things like Sonic, you gotta go fast. So that's the fast. This is, oops, I got stuck. This is something I need to add to the project manager, is that we get stuck in the wall here. Yeah. That's something I could work on today, but it feels like boring to work on. Exactly, Frank. That's it. That's Sonic. It's such a great way to represent Sonic. Just a blue ball and a hedgehog. So like this is slow. This is like regular speed. And then if you hold speed up, and I actually used some of the skills that you had helped me figure out, Pepe. I was basing it on like the old Star Fox game. But if you start boosting the camera, it sort of pushes the character forward a little bit. Today I want to try adding in animations for running. I know it's going to go very sloppily. I know it is, but I'm going to try. But first, I'm setting up a project manager because it's something I really need to do to start keeping track of everything going on and that needs to happen. For legal purposes, it's a hedgehog eating a blue skittle. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, is that good for a hedgehog? I hope the hedgehog's gonna be okay. That seems a little animal abusive. I enjoy playing this game. I'm excited for more obstacles to show up. You know, I'm still kind of figuring a lot of stuff out, but I do find myself like enjoying to move around and use it, which is a good sign. Definitely a hedgehog eating a skittle. Legal purposes or not, like I can't unsee it. The player may also choose to run faster, thereby improving a score multiplier after the level ends. All right. I don't know if there's going to be levels or it's going to be like truly an endless. So I'm going to say /the because I'm not really sure yet. Okay. Very good. Create the project. We've described it, we've titled it, and now I've earned a bite of quinoa. Dash, dancing green man, dash! Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited. I know whatever jank comes of adding animation to this, I'm sure it will be delightful to behold. So I'm looking forward to however that dashing ends up looking today. It's starting, you know, with starting to add some textures in here. I'm starting and adding like fog and lighting. I'm starting to just want to just have a base layer of polish. Even if it's like ugly programmer polish, at least it's polish. All right. All right, so now that I've created my project in Hack and Plan, we're given this. So this is a nice little dashboard. And so every time I create like something that I'm planning to do, something that I've done, stuff like that, it's going to start tracking all that information. And it's going to start saying everything that happens. And so it's even got all these different things, pre-production, pre-alpha. I guess we're in pre-alpha. To me, I'd say it's prototyping, but we could say pre-alpha. It's pretty much the same thing. It's not, but... And this is what's nice about Hack and Plan versus something like Trello, is they have this language that is specific to game development. And it looks like, yeah, so we can change this. We can change these milestones and these boards. I mean, to me, prototyping is pre-alpha. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not. Maybe pre-alpha is a prototype. Can we discuss the term pre-alpha? Yeah, alpha is the game is still being... Yes, because alpha to me feels like there is like a game there, right? Right, and pre-alpha is being used in the industry for games that are being sold. Yeah, see, I feel like we need to add a prototype phase. I don't think... Pre-alpha would mean the application's features are not final. Yeah, there's not, it's not, it wouldn't, there's no finality here. There's not even a not finality. there's a beginality. All right. So let's just sort this out right now. Right now. So this is this a board? Is this I think this is a board. Oh no, it's a milestone. Okay, so new milestone. We're gonna call this prototype. That's where we're at right now. I'm gonna keep it real. Are you just loading level chunks one after the other? It is procedural. It is procedural. So there's I kind of want to do one after another, honestly. I don't know. I want a mix. I want like a smarter system that like knows that there's a cliff coming and it can blend into it better. But right now it's randomized. So I have 6 different, so these are the terrain blocks down here. So here's one block right there. There's another block. All right, you can kind of see the slice. It's a weird angle, but there's the cliff block. So we have all these different blocks, and they're being randomly generated as it goes, which is okay, but I kind of want a system that is a little smarter, that can make more decisions about what to do next, because I do want it to have roguelite influence, and so I do want it to be a little bit procedural. But I also want it to be, you know, obviously, even in a procedural roguelite, you would still have, you know, more difficult proceeding than others, you know? And so I want to define that at some point. And I want it to know, again, like here, this grass just immediately becomes a cliff. I would want it to say, oh, a cliff is coming up next. Let me add in this texture that blends the grass into the cliff. Stuff like that is what I'm hoping at some point to add in. Hey, Stormrun, welcome. Stormrun has to get back to work, but gonna leave you on for the cats. What's up, cats? That was between me and the cats. Maybe back before you get off. Have a good stream. Thank you. And yeah, hope work goes well. See you, Stormrun. Thanks for stopping in. Pre-alpha games should be very early games, should only be advertised in its beta stage, because that means it's like 89%. Yeah, right. Right. And so pre-alpha means like it's like a game, right? Like it's already a game. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. That new terrain looks really good by there. Thank you. Yeah. I worked on that on Monday for the member stream. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, look, I think this is kind of the best part, is this cliff, because I actually added like the bump map in here, and so it's actually got dimension. And then if we fall, this isn't gonna be that well. You can see it, so you can see as we fall down. Yeah, it's pretty nice. It's actually a free Creative Commons texture that I found online, which is wonderful. And then I just sort of slapped it on to this part. I didn't put any bump map or anything, and you can see the seams really obviously. So it's a little sloppy, but I realized, because not having it was worse. It was worse because you couldn't tell that this dropped down at all. And so this kind of just makes it a little more obvious. But yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was really excited to see it in there. It's like, okay, the style of the game coming together a little bit. That's right, Frank. We got some mountain vibes going on. So yeah, I think we need a prototype phase, because that's what I identify as where we're at right now. You know, I want to sort of see what the game feels like to play with all the minimum viable features in there. Maybe a good way to do the terrain, but like super complex, is to assign each slice a value and then say what value terrain can spawn after. But that's just a rough idea. That's a great idea. Yeah, I love that. I love that. Exactly. And the thing is, you know, with something like I could actually not even use a value. I could use an enumerator, and so I could actually have it be human readable and say, you know, if a grass section, you know, it could actually detect the word grass versus the word cliff or something. But yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. I don't think that's complex. I think that's exactly what would be a starting point for sure. Total agreement. Total agreement. You know, the hard part is kind of implementing it, because the terrain spawning script, I borrowed it from someone who made a tutorial, and I'm still trying to understand the script. I've looked at it several times, and I'm still trying to really quite understand it. So you know, I think the hardest part for me is going to be making sure I understand how that script works and how to inject code into it to make it behave differently. Are the numbers behind the character for testing? I was thinking about a widget or something that has a character shadow. What? That the limbs gradually turn red in old boxy games. Oh, I like that. No, they are temporary as all heck. They are completely temporary. Absolutely, utterly temporary. Yeah, it's I like I originally envisioned like a bar, like a set of bars. Do I have I think I do have an example of the original vision. And I don't really think that's a great thing, because UI on screen, I think, I don't know, I'm not, if I can avoid having a bunch of UI, I want to. But I like this idea. A shadow that the limbs, a character shadow like sort of like an aura or something. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. That the color changes. And I think about color blindness. I don't know if that would be a huge issue. I think red and green are difficult for color blindness for sure, potentially. But I like that idea of changing the appearance of the limbs somehow. Maybe the tone gets darker, right? So that's one way to get around like a color blindness situation is to have something go from bright to dark or vice versa. So that could be something to do. But I like that. This is great reference to the old boxing games. Now I got to look at the old boxing games. I'm just now building the project manager, man. We already got so many things to add in. Let me go from the genre for insert. That's a great idea because that has limb damage in it. That makes so much sense, Stormrun. Oh my gosh, that's such a great suggestion. Let me just add this in here. Boxing games. Limb damage changes. Let's just add that in here for now. Okay, thank you. That's a great idea. I love your little green man. Oh, Entropy says, "How's the Pepe Infinite Runner coming?" I know. To me, it doesn't look like a frog at all, but I totally see the Pepe. I definitely see the Pepe. Something that I want for it. Oh, and so here's the animation I was going to show you. So this was my original vision in my head when I conceived this game idea. Let me get rid of these. Let me get rid of these. There we go. So this was my original vision, okay? It's a weird animation, all right? I just slapped it together like a sketch. Don't judge. Okay? So you grow these gelatinous limbs, and then these bars, and you run down. So we've actually realized a lot of this so far. I haven't got a person in here yet, but that shoots you. But I imagine these bars here would represent arm, arm, leg, leg, and then they would go down. And then if you ate meat, they would go up like a percentage depending on how many are damaged. But I don't really like this idea. I would prefer to have something much more immersive. So the boxing game idea is great. Okay, so there's that. And then the other thing I want to show you, I mean, look, as far as being Pepe goes, I think we could dissuade the notion that it's Pepe. I mean, that's fine. Like, it's okay. Like, let it look like Pepe. Like, that's fine with me. I'm not saying I'm a big fan of Pepe. But, I mean, anything that can make... Honestly, thank you. Anything that can make the game more memeable, the better. Like, that's how you succeed in game dev in 2024. Is you make your game, like, memeable. Or, like, something people want to, like, feel like is representative of meme culture. I'm not saying I'm going for that, which is all the better. Okay, so let me see if I can show you some of the original art that I also came up with. And I don't know if this will truly dissuade the idea that it's Pepe, but I think it will certainly change. I think it will certainly change whether or not it's like Pepe. So what I want to happen is like this monster, whenever you eat meat or you consume a person or an animal, it actually turns around, and I want an animation where, so it's like running, and then it's gonna grab the meat, like grab, and then go back to running. Come back, blood is gonna go everywhere. It's gonna be like nasty, right? And it's gonna have this like ridiculous face. I'm not saying that that's gonna make it look un-Pepe-like, but I don't see a lot of Pepe devouring. Which, if you think about it, that'd actually be hilarious. Like Pepe, like Pepe, like a monstrous Pepe, like eating people. That would actually be awesome. Carnivorous Pepe, exactly. So maybe there's something to that. Maybe I should lean into it. We'll see about that. Got a sad Pepe on deck. Hey, what's up, DNF? DNF in the house. Oh, DNF. By the way, your instant death idea. I've implemented it. Now I know it may not be exactly what you were imagining. We don't run into something, but I did get the cliff made, and it does work. I have to say I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the like, and thank you for wishing me a good evening. I appreciate it. But the cliff did turn out. It did turn out. Fake meat for the vegans. Oh, oh, poor vegans. I know, I do feel bad. I have many vegan friends, and I feel guilty a little bit. But the thing is it's not a person, it's an alien. And look, it's lore, it's world building. The aliens need meat. Like, it's just part of their life. Oh, here's a cliff. So we fall down. All that happens is it restarts. So we have a nice long collapse down a chasm. So big props to you, DNF, for that suggestion. It turned out really well, and it inspired some other stuff, and we got some nice like textures in here. So yeah, thank you for that. Maybe we'll, maybe we'll get it to follow the camera more, and we'll see it like flailing someday. But it does work. It does kill you instantly when you fall down there. My first fan game. What can I say? I'm a star. Your first fan game? Wait, what's a fan game? Oh, here. Oh, I missed a message. I love your little green man because I have a newfound appreciation for sculpts because I'm sculpting a Batman for a little project and it's very frustrating, especially something human. But I love little guy. Thanks. I made this in Womp. And then I brought it into Blender and made some changes. I'm gonna be modeling it a bit today because I want to put it into T-pose so I can try to get a run animation from Mixamo put on here, and T-pose will help that look better. So yeah, so it's honestly I had a lot of fun modeling it. I did it for a Monday member stream. I believe you're a patron. So yeah, Pepe, you can definitely go see my process for that. But yeah, it was hard. It took a lot of work actually to make it. But I look forward to doing more with it. The Pepe tribute game. It's so weird hearing Pepe when I'm not focused and it throws me. Yeah, Pepe, I don't know, man. Pepe's something. You are Pepe. Wait, your name is Pepe. I don't know. My autistic brain just like, I was like, there's Pepe the person, and then there's Pepe the frog. They're different. They're not the same. One time with that first step, it's a doozy. It sure is. All right, I'm gonna. There's even another doozy here. There's this one, and if you run into this was also inspired by your suggestion. You get a little pain if you run into that. So that one's also a doozy. Ribbit. Maybe they're not so different. So yeah, I'm using Hack and Plan. It's a project manager for game developers. It's a free tool. It's really cool. It's kind of like Trello, but specifically game dev inspired. Yes, I would like all of that someday. We will get there in good time. And so yeah, I'm setting up a prototype category. Prototype start date, I don't know. It doesn't matter. We don't need to type any, just create it. Just create it. So now this, if I put this prototype in here, you can see this one, where did it go? Where did it go? Here it is. The milestones can't be nested. I'm not trying to nest it. I just want to move it up. I've been falling for 3 seconds. So this adds into pre-production. We encourage short and time box boards. Oh, I see. So this is just like a little example. I mean, just make another one. And just put it in here so we have that. Okay, so now we got a prototype phase. That's where we're at. Keeping it real. Great. So now I'm going to come to our, not dashboard. Okay. So I want to say, let me fix something real fast. Let me just fix something real fast. Do, 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 do. Mm, 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 mm. How do we modify things? Okay, hold up. I need to fix something immediately. Immediately. But I'm not sure how to do it. In terms of... Here we go. Okay. All right. Problem solved. Problem solved. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. We're back. Don't mind me. Everything is fine. Okay. So, I want to add a Kanban board. I want to keep it simple. This is taking some time. Oh, design model. Oh, so this is the other section. I want to show you this. There's a lot of cool things on Hack and Plan. Hold on. Hold on. There's a lot of things on Hack and Plan. And this is a nice little thing they have called design model. And what you can do is you can add different information and you can upload files to this. You can upload videos, whatever, and you can have that describe different aspects of your game. So here's just like overview of the game. We can say story, characters, levels, technical, business. So if we have like an idea, right? So if I make a new one, someone said something about like rivers. I mean, we could say obstacle types, chapter, world, zone. Oh, and then so it comes pre-set up with all these things. System, mechanic. I guess it's object. I guess it's an object. Is it a mechanic? It's kind of tough. Difference between... I'm going to say a mechanic for this one. Parent element. Gameplay, story, characters, levels, technical. I'm going to say this could be levels, perhaps. I don't know. You know, we can always change this, but it's just something to tinker with. So if I say rocks to trip over. I think Supernovera said that. Rocks to trip over and fall into river. And then now Supernova isn't actually on the project, but in theory, I could mention someone if they were, right? And have it be like their idea, right? So, suggested by Supernovera. And then we could just have that be added. I think sometimes you have to refresh it. Oh, I see. So it's in the levels. It's in the levels folder. And then in the levels folder, there we go. So it's kind of like you click on this number here and it brings down this drop down and then we have this. So I don't know if this is the best place to put it. I feel like this should be its own like top level. And then we can just drag it out. Look at that. Bam. Mechanic, obstacle types. Nice. Now this is, now I would want it to be further into this, right? So I would want to say obstacles that can hurt and or hinder player. So let's say that. And then I'll add into this tripping rocks. And maybe I could even be more specific, pre-river. And then paste that description in there. All right, so this, I really like this game model section. So we can worry about this later. I'm not gonna fill this out now, but I did wanna set this up. Now if we come to boards, so let's go to the prototype board. Now they named this Sprint 1. I don't know, we're just gonna, let's call it Phase 1. I don't like the word sprint. You know, it's got this very crunch culture vibe to it. We're just gonna say phase. We don't wanna sprint. So we've planned in progress testing. So things to fix, right? Let me pull up the game. What are some problems? I can think of a problem right now, a bug that we have, which is right there, actually. So if I run into this wall normally, everything's fine. We get a little damage, we can jump out, no problem. Now, oh, I went a little too fast into the wall, I clipped through it, and now I'm stuck. So we need to fix the collision on the, I don't even know what to call this, the ravine wall. So let's add a bug in there. Let's get a bug in there. So we have this like bug label here that we can use. Let's add a new task. And this is going to be fix ravine wall collision. Now this is in planning phase. I think that's fine. I think that's a good phase for it. It's planned to fix this. And then if today that's what I'm working on, I drag this over here to in progress, and that's what we do today. Now today what I really want to do is I want to work on animation. So I want to say running, we're just going to say base run animation. This is not a bug. This is, it's a little, I would say it's kind of art, it's kind of design. I'm going to say design. Create this. Now this can be nice because you can also like assign people to this, right? So I think we have to refresh it here. Oh, I see, because I've selected the bug, so it's filtering everything except bugs, or you know what I mean. So if I hit all items, now we see base run animation, fix ravine, and then we can come here and just go to bugs, go to design, stuff like that. So base run animation, that's what I want to set up today. So this is just an example of how this, I'm not going to set this all the way up today, but I did want to get it started and show it to you so you can just see what it's about, how it works, and yeah, let's see if we can get base run animation set up today. That's what I'm going to do. That's my task. And now I can prove that it's my task, and I can track that it's my task. Oh, so this is what the sprint thing set up this 30-day period. I am not that interested in that. No due date. No due date, please. We don't need a due date. That's okay. No due date is necessary. I will put a start date. We can do, because I wonder if we can just have the start date and that way we can keep track of this. This is today, right? Yes. 9 a.m., not when I started. My time zone, we started about 1. Okay, so now at least we have a start date, and then maybe it'll help us track time better. All right, so there's that. Let's see if we can get this animated. So the first thing I'm going to need to do is get a T-pose. So I made this in WAMP. I brought it into Blender. So I could do the T-pose in Blender. I don't know. It actually might be better if I do it in Blender. Yeah, because at this point, I've modified it in WAMP so much, or in Blender, from the original WAMP version. And so, by the way, if you don't know what WAMP is this 3D tool set that you can use online for free to make models using SDF blending. And so things kind of goop together. So this is the original model. And so I can like, you know, goop this character's head here. You can do all kinds of easy blending. And that's how I got sort of that organic design here. But I've made a lot of changes to it in Blender. Namely, I've reduced the number of polygons, because this is a crap ton of polygons. And I've also cut the arms off, so that way they can actually disappear, like when you're playing the game and you get injured. And I don't want to, I mean, I could do that over, but I feel like it's just going to be easier to, so there the arm comes off, so I had cut that off. I think it's going to be easier to do it in Blender. We'll see. So I'm going to try it. So let me open up this file. I haven't opened this up in weeks. Player, alien, and also Godot right now is connected to Blender. So any change I make in Blender is also going to happen in Godot without me having to export anything. This already has a lot of, look at all those polygons. It's already got a lot of polygons. But this is actually a massive fraction of the number that it did have. Okay, so I want to make these arms be T-pose. It's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be a little tricky, actually. And the reality is, like, I'm gonna need to make a lot of changes to these arms because I want them to be gelatinous. I want them to be like that animation, that original animation. Because what I want is the player to be able to, like, reach into the level, like, reach and grab something, right? And so, you know, if the something is over here versus over here, the arm will need to know I'm going to go over here versus going over there. So it almost needs to, like, follow, like, a path, like a track, you know? And that's going to be a whole thing. So the arms might be handled in a totally different way someday. I don't really know. I'm not going to worry about it right now because it's a prototype. So what's most important to me is that it feels like the game as much as possible. And, you know, if for now you don't necessarily see the arm, you know, slurping out and grabbing things, that's okay. It's not as important as the gameplay being there. On the two circles colliding icon on the top, if you drop it down and take statistics, you can see the poly count. Nice. Nice. Oh, cool. Yeah, so we've got almost 9,000. But when I assure you, when I brought this in, I mean, it must have been like 64,000 or something. Like, it was a ridiculous amount. So this is still a lot. But for the player, you know, I want it to be nice and round. I feel like it's worth it that there's a lot. But maybe someday we bring it down a bit. That's still quite a lot. That's still quite a lot. Good tip. Statistics. It's because you're in edit mode. Oh, right. Well, oh, that's just the body. Oh, oh man. So yeah, so that's just the body. That's just the body. Okay, all right, okay, all right. So there's almost 100,000. There's almost 100,000. Not what you'd call low poly, eh? I don't know. Did I reduce the polys of the arms? I'm kind of curious. All right, I'm kind of curious. Let me make a new one. Let's just see, just for the sake. It's quite low in today's standards. Yeah, it's quite low. Yeah, it's quite low. It's actually not that many polys. I don't know. It's a lot compared to low poly. You need to apply the decimate. Did I not apply it? So if I import the original object just for this, just for the sake of, well, I gotta make sure I find it. It's gonna be kind of hard. It's gonna be kind of hard to find it. I have a lot of folders of downloads. What's this one? Oh, that's it. There it is. So this is, well, that was easy. So this is the original one. If we look at, yeah. So this one is 377,000. So we did greatly reduce the number of polygons. Right. So originally it had 377,000. And now it's down to under 100,000. So that's good. So that's good. And I say it's good because it was just really slow. It was loading really slowly, and it just seemed like pretty unnecessary to have that many. Did I not apply it to this other limb? I might not have. Oh, I didn't! Wow! I never applied it to this one. Let me see. Oh, wow! I forgot to apply it to this one. Thank you. I did it to the body, but I forgot to do it to the limbs. I was very early in my Blender journey when I did this. Now, I will say, I'm not seeing it drop down. So I don't know if I feel like what I might have done, Pepe, was change my mind. Yeah, I don't think it is because I think I opted to just leave it. And I like started to set it up. Yeah, it's not. I like started to set it up and I like didn't finish it or something. I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not exactly sure why it isn't doing anything. I thought I knew, but I don't know. I kind of don't care. I kind of don't care because I'm pretty happy with the way it is right now. But I'm not really sure why, because it says here that the face count goes down to 32,000 here, right? And it's at 96,000 right here. Change it to unsubdivide. Face count is that model's current count. Yeah, I know. So, I mean, I think collapse had worked for us before. We had done collapse in the past, and it did work. Why it's not working right now, I'm not entirely sure. Maybe we should create, what if we just create a new decimate? What if we just create a new one? 0.5, half of it, apply it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure why it isn't working. Because it did work before. That's how we got this down so much. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. I want to focus on T-pose. I gotta stay on task. I don't know why it worked with the body, but nowhere else. It is a little confusing because it seems like it should work. You can actually see visibly here that that's getting to be less. Oh, so I think it is. I think it is applying. I think it's just not doing as much as we think it's doing. It is applying. It's just like not doing that much. It is applying though. So there you can see it's a huge difference. Okay, we're actually fine. And then we come into render. So there, yeah, it's working. It's working. So you can see it's a lot more polygonal. I kind of think for now, I'm okay with it being smoother. So I'm not going to worry about that at all. But we should apply these. Because if we go into edit mode and I get rid of this, well, I would like to see that complexify a little bit. Try to change a mess that complex might be hard, so I don't know, it might be quicker to retro polygize the model. What is that? Retopologize? Retopologize. If you right click the model, you can shade smooth. Right. Yes. Yes. I have done that. Yes. Not on this, but good call. Good call. Not that I remember where that is. You should come through the Monday streams if you can. Come through the Monday streams. That's when I like doing Blender the most. I go all in for Blender. But yeah, I'm just gonna cut this down a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit. Let's get rid of that. Add a new modifier, decimate, because this isn't really important right now, truth be told. Let me just reopen this. Not save it. Click on this, edit that. So weird. So weird how like it does and then it doesn't work. It's definitely strange. Retopology is a way of making a less detailed version of the model. It's how models are made in bigger games. The model is made first, then remodel it at a lower poly. Nice. I would definitely want to try that out in a member stream. So every Monday I do Blender streams, only for patrons and members. And you are a patron. You are a patron. Maybe you're busy on Mondays, but your advice would be so valuable to me. You're already helping me so much. Thank you. I also welcome backseating and helping so very much. I just like really want to work on something else, but you do have me wondering what is going on right now. Like, why? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it, but we should circle back to this on Monday. That looks like a useful YouTube link. I'll put a bookmark in this video so I can come back to look at that. Good video to watch in your free time. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, Pepe, with the knowledge, with the wisdom. I appreciate it. All right, let's get this T-posed. Let's get this T-posed. So I'm going to want to cut this somehow. I don't know. This is going to be tough. I'm nervous about this. Because, I mean, ideally, right? I mean, I guess I don't have to cut it. Like, what if... Okay. I'm going to get the lasso tool here. And I'm going to just attempt... This is going to be super weird. Also, let me get into... High volley, it's going to be hard. Yeah, it's going to be hard. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I know it. Don't I know it? Make sure we are in X-ray. We are in X-ray. Yeah, and that might bring back the need to decimate for sure. It's looking pretty silly. It's looking pretty silly right there. But honestly, whoops, how much do I really care? I just fell. You can fall if you turn on the flight mode, which I did on accident, and then you just fall. You just fall. Okay. So I want to see if I can... No, I did it again. No! Oh, and let me show you what I'm pressing, just so you can like see what I'm doing and scrutinize it. Let me pull up that. Okay. I honestly don't think this will be all that bad. There's a lot of adjustments to make here, but it doesn't have to look super great. It just has to get by. It just has to get us by. And maybe, you know, so I'm going to have to add bones in here. Today's going to be a lot more. It's going to be a lot more Blender than I imagined today. But, you know, once it's set up in Blender, then I'll go into Godot and I'll be trying to get the animation to apply. Dang, those arms are long. Man, this is going to be weird. Dude, the arm is so long. It is supposed to be long. It is supposed to be a very long arm. So that's not incorrect. But the arm is also supposed to like vary in length and change depending on circumstances. Oh, God. Look at that. Oh, God. Yeah, the high poly definitely is an issue. But I wonder, we could probably just shorten it a bit, you know? And even just like cut this out. What if I just cut this out, you know? So I'm going to get the knife tool. And then I just smash it on. Like, I mean, it's not ideal at all. It's going to be tough because, wait, how can I, like, okay, so I think I looked this up once about applying an animation to a model that has separate pieces. And it's just easier to do that if the model is one piece. but I'm gonna basically want to, I'm gonna want to have these separate arms and legs so that way we can break them off. What does that do to the animation? I don't know. Using a square and subdivision, you could remake the model and it would look near identical. Okay. All right. I don't know how to do that, but I hear you. And I believe you. So my Blender skills, I've used Blender for maybe 30 hours, 30 hours or so in my life, in my entire life. So I have a lot to learn. So I don't know what that means, but it sounds like a good idea. I'm going to do what I do know, and I'm going to use the knife tool to cut this whole section off. It's going to be weird. Oh, you mean use modifiers? Is that what you're saying? I hear you. It's just I need specific instructions. I believe what you're saying. I guess I could look up what you're saying. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should look up what Pepe is saying. You don't owe me specific instructions. Shoot. It's tough because I gotta. So like make a cut. I feel like this is not cutting it the way that I want to. Oh, that's not bad. That's pretty good actually. Actually, I should turn off X-ray. Oh, okay. That's fine. Get my knife. But I do want these to be connected, please. Connect, damn you! Yeah, so I just, I have like this like rudimentary knowledge of a lot of these tools. But I'm getting there. Control R. What if I do like a loop? It's coming in a little crooked there. It's coming in a little crooked there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's not going great. What if I stretch it out a little different? I mean, I would think this could like stretch out nicely in theory. Because you see what I'm trying to do, right? I'm just trying to like cut it across so I could grab. What if I just do it? What if I just separate it? You know what? Screw this. I'm not going to do it this way. I have a different idea. I'm going to get a rectangle select. And I'm just going to separate the object. Right there. So now I'm going to do mesh separate selection. Whoa. Whoa. That got kind of weird. That got kind of weird. Oh, it didn't select everything. It only selected, I wasn't in X-ray. So it only selected part of it. Gotta make sure we're in X-ray so it selects all the way through. Now now I'm gonna separate it. Mesh, separate, selection, there we go. Okay, good. So now I've got this cutoff piece. Yes, this is what I should do. Knife tool was not the right one for this job. Okay. And then, you know, what I could do, I mean, what I like about this is that we do have this, like, shoulder thing here. This is gonna be tough. I should look into what Pepe is saying. Because then somehow I gotta remold this on. I'm honestly also, you know what I'm thinking? Maybe I just go back to WOMP. That's gonna make this 8,000 times easier. I thought it would be easier to do this in Blender, but I'm starting to think it's gonna be easier to do it in WOMP. So here's what I'm gonna do. None of this. I'm going into WOMP. I gotta experiment. It's tough with game dev because there's so many different skills to learn, and you know, I want to hit the ground running. I want to get started. I want to realize the things I imagine. Even if that means whatever. It not being perfect. So I think this is going to be easier to WOMP. And the thing is, I do have to redo a lot of stuff. For example, I have to size it back down because it comes from WOMP, super large. I need to recut the arms and the legs are already separate. Recut the arms off. Although, I might be able to do that in WOMP. We'll see. Because the reason why the legs were already separate is because they're not blended in. So they're like their own object in here. The legs are separate, but you can see it, the arms create these like shoulders because they're actually blended into the body. So I like that. I think that looks nice, that it's blended in. But that means that it's one object and I have to go into Blender and cut those arms off. You know, unless I just let go of that blend. I mean, if I think about the way it looks in the game, I mean, I think they look attached. They look attached nicely, and it gives the character this, like, chest, shoulders shape, which I like. Now, the cut is very harsh. Again, just a prototype, right? So it's not about perfection or anything. But so I'm gonna say for now, let's just keep with cutting it off in Blender and keep the arms attached here in WOMP. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I had to try different things. So I'm gonna take the entire arm. And you know, part of me, let me be a little smart about this. Number one, let me rename this one. We're gonna call this Alien 1. I'm gonna duplicate it, so that way we're working on a copy. And I'll do that here. Just trying to make the best decisions. Okay. Nice, and it remembered my angle. Thank you. Okay, grab the arm. You can see the fingers are separate, so I'll have to... I wonder if I can grab the arm, or the hand is separate. This is the right arm. I'm in the way of that. Let me get out of there. We have, oh, this is the left arm. Left arm, and so I'm going to want left hand as well. I'm going to select both of them. Spin them around. Like that. So much easier. It's just going to be so much easier. My Blender skills are clearly not advanced enough. I wish this little pop-up wasn't here. Can this not be here? This pop-up is annoying me. Stop this. No pop-up. No message. Away with you. I guess I could just move out of the way. So now the thing is we need to kind of bend the arm more in, because it doesn't really make sense anymore. Because it's kind of like going back like this. You can start to see kind of how these like spirals, like it's like spiraling cylinders. And the reason why I made it like that was just to try to like vaguely represent the like idea of the gelatinousness, that it's like wavy and it can move around. I don't particularly want them to necessarily be like cylindrical spirals. Again, since I'm prototyping, it's just for the sake of conveying things. But it would kind of make sense, like almost like an accordion effect. Like it can get longer or smaller based on that. It's not a bad way to think about it, actually. But you can really see the cylindricism of it this way. A little too well. So what I'm doing now is I'm just trying to get a simple T pose here. So I can try to grab like an animation from Mixamo. And I have a feeling, I don't know, I have a feeling it's gonna be weird trying to apply an animation, especially these arms are so long. I don't know what to expect, but I do know we at least need to go T-pose. For it to optimally transfer. I wonder if we can't rotate that a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Just to blend out that cylinder. I say we're taking artistic liberties with these shapes. Whoa. It's not really what I meant to do, but I kind of like it. I kind of like how frail it looks. I'm probably gonna not keep that, but it kind of emphasizes that it can be damaged a little bit. Whoa. So much simpler than Blender. And look, I love Blender, and Blender is becoming more intuitive. And even the fact that Pepe was able to just be like, oh, use this tool, use that tool. You know, I don't think Blender is super difficult. I just think there's a lot to learn. And unless you know what tools are there, it's a whole thing. That's why I do a whole separate stream for Blender, because it feels like learning an entire engine, you know? And I want to try to stay in Godot a little bit. But the reality is, if you're making a game in Godot and Unreal and Unity, you're going to probably be using other programs. Although a lot of the programs like Unreal are starting to get more and more tools that reduce the need for outside tool sets. Certainly isn't yet eliminated. All right, that is getting tea-ish. That is giving tea. We could still straighten it out a little more. I'm so afraid. I'm very excited to see how an animation is going to apply to this. It's gotta be weird, right? Like, it can't just go great. Especially with these super long arms. Nice. That looks pretty good to me. For this prototype purpose, this is fine. Now, there's a couple different ways I could do the other arm. I could do all the things I just did, which I might do. Or I could try to duplicate this on the other side. I think I'd rather just redo the other side. Somehow that seems easier to me. So we started by grabbing the arm, and this is the right hand. And then spinning it out, moving it into place, and then just sort of adjusting the bend a little bit. Yeah, so we like start with this initial blend here. It's such a big T. But it's only a wide T. It's not a tall T. It's a wide T. That's pretty silly. I'm also looking forward to maybe being pleasantly surprised with how it turns out after adding in some animation from Mixamo. I think I'm open to that going well. It's possible. Yeah, it's tough because I like want to make sure it kind of matches the other side, but it also has its own uniqueness to it. Thanks, Pepe. You too. You keep it up too. Okay. Cool, cool. Now I gotta bend it. So this is the kind of job that I think SDF style modeling really excels at. More so than Blender style. Polygonal rendering. But ultimately, there's so much more I can do with polygons. So that's why I will ultimately convert it. But especially for such a warbly shape like this, I think this makes sense. Oh yeah, I rotated this a little bit just to kind of thicken up those like spirals in there. It's tough because this effect is, it's a little strange. So it just behaves a little strange. Let me just push all up. This is the right hand and arm. And they don't have to be perfectly symmetrical. The idea is that this alien doesn't even actually really, like naturally, whatever natural means, but in this case, it doesn't naturally have arms. It grows them as an emulation of the meat that it consumes. And it's sort of like not like a perfect copy, it's just like trying to sort of emulate what they think it is. So I think it kind of makes sense if it's a little, they're a little different and a little off from each other. There's lore here. There's lore here. I can't just make a game have mechanics because that'd be too easy. Let me move the hand and the wrists, quote unquote wrists. This is the right arm and hand. See, this effect is weird. It starts to get like kind of like twisted too tightly in some places. It's really weird. I wouldn't say it's an effect. It's just like it's blending together rotated cylinders. And sometimes those blends blend each other out. It's actually not too bad. I feel like it's much, much shorter than the other arm. Significantly shorter. A little hard to tell. Again, I think it's okay if there's some differences between the arms. But I think it's a matter of deciding, of making the decisions about those differences somewhat mindfully. And for the most part, you know, I just want it to look good enough for the sake of being a prototype. You know? And then, you know, someday being like, here we have this game, and this is what the character should kind of look like. And maybe bringing on a collaborator who can model it much better than I can. Right? I'm just sort of designing this way to pitch the game, to examine the game, and to have a version of it. So, you know, y'all can play it, people can play it, and then we can get feedback and be like, okay, so this part, this aspect was fun, this aspect looked good, this didn't. And then make those changes based on that feedback. And as such, perfection is not essential, especially in realms like this. I think some of the gameplay needs to be pretty tight, but I think if the arms are a little uneven, we'll be okay. We be alright. Rotate it, it's looking a little weird. It really gets weird. And I don't want to spend too much time on this. It's definitely possible. Extremely possible. It's just kind of fun to just sit here and goop things around. But that can make it easy to get a little over perfectionizing with it, which we don't need to. Oh my, this one turned out so different. I feel like the size of this is quite different. I kind of wish there was like more grid marks on here. That's okay. That's okay. Womping like a pro. It's just dragging things around. Yeah, I decided I was gonna try to do it in Blender, but it's just so much simpler. It's so much simpler for me at this stage in WoMP. Something that I wish was easier was to switch between local and like global access. I mean, it does say like local and global right here, but I don't find that that does what I think it should do. Now, Entropy, I know you've got some serious WoMP skills. So you won't step on my toes. If you throw out a tip. That's not me asking. I expect nothing. But I did want to make sure you knew. I'm assuming you're saying I'm doing fine. One trick to force it to global is to select two shapes at once. Whoa. That's a wild suggestion. Oh, look at that! Perfect! What? Now then I have to move both of those objects, but at least they're moving on that global scale. Wow. That's very interesting. That is a good trick. I guess if I select something else here. Nice. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I keep an extra cube around just for that. Oh. Oh, that's such a good tip. I knew you'd have something good like that. Dang. Wow. Thank you. That made that tremendously easier. And then just have like an extra like invisible thing there, or just something to, or just like not invisible but like a tool cube. Look at that. That's so much better. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You just saved me so much time. It's looking a little funky in there. Looking a little funky in there, but at least I can move globally like that. Wow. That's such a great trick. The inverse is sadly not easy. Selecting multiple things and forcing to a shape's local space. Womp womp sadness. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of control missing for moving around individual pieces. Why? You know, I mean, I'm just wondering. Not like asking, but like out loud. Just like, I wonder why. I wonder what makes that so challenging for them. Why is that so hard for you, Womp? Honestly, this hand looks really weird, and I'm kind of okay with it. Somehow it looks like a thumb or something. It's a mess. It's an alien hand, all right? It's an alien hand imitating a real human hand. So it can look like crap. Who says programmer art can't have lore? I kind of want to make the other hand match it a little more, though. Let me just... Can I goop that? I can round it. Yeah. All right. This is relatively T-posed. I would say one arm is considerably thicker than the other. It's kind of bowing a little bit. Like this one kind of has like this like angle to it. I'm not really sure how much that will really affect the animation. We can, in theory, always come back and change it, but can we? And I ask that because you know, I'm gonna need to make a lot of changes in Blender. Didn't want to use the mirror. There's a mirror? I didn't know there was a mirror. Didn't know there was a mirror. Didn't know that. Didn't know. Didn't know. It's not something I knew. That's nice to know now. Now that you say that, that sounds great. Even clicking around, I don't know where that is. No idea. It's on the right at the bottom when editing. I totally believe you. It's not fixed point. Like, that's not what that means. I definitely am inclined to believe you. Why would you make something like that up? You're not a psychopath. Per shape, not at a group or union level. I still can only believe you. Whoa. I see fixed point down here. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just kind of curious to know for next time. but no pressure. You've already helped so much. Maybe not at the shape in a spline. Oh, okay. Gotcha. There it is, mirror. Oh, shoot. Welcome back, Stormrun. Oh, shoot. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, dang. That's pretty convenient. Well, not this time. Someday. Someday. Not today. Gecko says, I'm gonna Godot like... I'm gonna Godot like and follow right now before I forget to do it later. Thank you for Godoing to like and follow. I appreciate you Godoing to like and follow. Appreciate it, Gecko. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. It's pretty easy once you've used it a couple times. That sounds like Womp. I'm gonna remember that, and then, you know, sometimes I use it in a game jam. Couldn't you do this in Blender pretty easily? I tried. I tried to do it in Blender. Because here's the thing, like, you know, I feel like Blender has... So, I made this model originally in Womp, and I was trying in Blender to, like, force it to be T-pose, because the arms are, like, going forward. And so I started doing it here, and it just got real messy. It just got real messy, and the problem is I'm just not familiar enough with Blender. On the Member Monday streams, I'm practicing Blender. I've clocked maybe 30 to 40 hours on Blender all in the last month, and so I'm still kind of learning the tools, and I just think it's going to be more of a learning curve for me to figure out how to make that change. You can pose your character, then press the set default pose button. All right, I hear you. I hear you. I don't even know where to start with that. Like, I don't even know where to start with that. Like, I also want to point out, I mean, these are two separate pieces, right? So we have the arm versus the body. And, I mean, I don't know where that stuff is. Are those modifiers? And if so, you know, how would I apply that to all of this? It just kind of came down to, in Womp, I know it's easier for me to do this in Womp because I actually know these tools because they're pretty simple and straightforward. So to me, it's easier in Womp. Now I am going to have to bring it into Blender again and do stuff. Control J joins the objects. Right. Okay. All right. Though I don't necessarily want to join them, we can always reseparate them. I'm willing to try it. Like, I'm willing to try it. Let me just Control Z my life away here. We can try it. You know, rejoining it kind of sucks because I have to separate it again, but I'll do it. I'll do it. Let's try it. So there's it all rejoined. Now there is a problem as well, because I have to make sure I rename it exactly the same, because this file in Godot, it's dependent in Godot on these names being the same. So I have to make sure I recreate it exactly the same. So that's just important to remember. I'm just going to screenshot that just so I have that in my back pocket. But so where's this thing that you're talking about? I mean, if I join it all, where's this posing stuff? So now it's all one. Is that a modifier? Deform armature. You said it was called pose. Off to another meeting. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. Enjoy tumbling into that hole. Thanks for stopping in, Entropy, as long as you could and hanging out. And thanks for the tip about the mirroring and the double selecting. That's good stuff. Take care, Entropy. Maybe I'll see you later. Yes, Frank, we are deep in alien land. The option is apply pose as rest pose. Where is it? I guess I'll look it up. Blender apply pose as rest pose. That's okay. No, you're helping me. You're helping me so much. We'll get there. In pose mode. Oh, there's a pose mode? I see a lot of modes. It cuts off here. Are we missing? Is there another mode up here that I just can't visually see? Object mode, edit mode. Pose mode. Gotta click the bone first to go into pose mode. There's no bones. No bones. So I guess I need to add bones. Now look, I'm still kind of partial to doing this in WOMP, but because I've already done all that work, but I'm open to learning this as well. All right, so I haven't done armatures in a long time. Thank you for the love. Appreciate it. Shift A for armature. It's been a minute. There's armature. The only time I did armatures was for the noodle game that I used to be making. And that was a minute ago. No, wait, how do we move these again? Okay, I straight up forgot how to do this. I just forgot how to do this. We go to edit mode. And then we switch it to the move cursor. If you already got it going, I would continue what you got working. Blender's so complicated, and I'm sure I do things wrong. Yeah, well, that's it. You know, is that... And that's why I try to do, like, a separate live stream for Blender. Because it is so complicated. And I hear what you're saying, like, it's easy in Blender if you know how to do it, right? Then it's easy. If you don't know how to do it, you gotta, like, do that effort to figure it out. Rigging it in Blender is a whole pain in the butt just to keep it to womp womp. Oh, wait. Pepe said, my Apple Pencil died. Oh, that sucks. You have to wait before continuing to model your Batman. That sucks. That's a big womp womp. Big womp womp. You know Womp existed? Yeah, Womp is great. Hey, what's up, Psychonic Joe? Welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, Womp is really cool. I used it to initially model the alien, which is kind of why I figure I might as well do it there. But the thing is it would save me some time if I just did this in Blender, because I'm going to have to bring it back into Blender anyway. And I'm going to have to do armatures one way or the other. I followed a pretty easy tutorial for rigging Blender. It was like 5 minutes of how to. Nice. Yeah, I figured that's kind of what I'm going to have to do today at least. Probably going to have to look that up because I'm going to need to find all the bones. So you're saying, but just to make sure I understand correctly, you're saying that if I add the bones into here as one, but also do I like, I don't want it to be, do I need it to be one piece? Like, can I keep it as separate pieces? I really need it to be separate pieces. I really need it to be separate pieces. Joining it is, like, not gonna work for me, because then I have to separate them again. But I think you can have an armature without joining it. I think this will apply to it. So anyway, so what I'm up to today is I'm going to try animating the character, which makes this much less of a Godot stream. But I am making the game in Godot, and I'm going to need to apply the animation in Godot. But I just sort of woke up today and I said, you know what? Let's try to animate the character running. Let's try to animate the character running. I gotta do it eventually. And so this particular model doesn't have any armatures in it. and it needs to be in T-pose. Now, Stormrun is telling me that I could potentially, maybe, set up the armatures, and then Blender could force it into T-pose for me, so I don't have to model it as such. That, you know, that makes sense. That, like, makes sense. Because isn't that the point of adding bones anyway, is to be able to move things around? I think, you know, someone had come through the chat and said that it's easier to start in T-pose, but that doesn't mean that we can't force it into it. Yeah. I mean, look, and here's the thing. Like, yeah, in Womp, which is where I originally made this character, I can come in here and put it into T-pose to start with. Sure. But there's a lot of changes that's been made to the alien that's in Blender right now. I've shrunk it down to exactly the right size that the game needs it to be, which is absolutely not what this is. I've reduced the polygons. I've cut the arms off. That's pretty much it. But those are a lot of differences that I have to go do again if I want to remodel it and import it into Blender as this T-pose. And if I can skip all that, that would be nice. Psychonic says, investing some time to make your assets look better, it makes playtesting a lot better, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so in the Monday member stream this week, I added some cliffs. Now, those ones you just saw are, that's just a flat texture. But here, I actually modeled these, like, bumpy rocks here that you can fall down into. And it really, it does. It just adds so much more to it. And it looks so much better. You can see the seams really obviously over here. It's not the most beautiful design, but versus what it was, just solid colors, yeah, I totally agree. It really brings so much more to life. And so yeah, I wanna get that running animation, even if it's a janky animation. I just want to feel that life in it. So yeah, I agree entirely. I think it would be easiest to make separate animations for each body part and then put them together in Godot to make it look solid. I hope that's not true. That sounds so hard. From what I've read, you can apply an armature to multiple pieces, from what I've read. And maybe I read something wrong. So let's look this up. Blender armature multiple or separate body pieces. Like, maybe we should do the hierarchy a certain way. But I think you can do it either way. And, like, there's advantages and disadvantages to both. But in my case, I need them to be separate. Yeah, I think we can do this. The philosophy I heard is that starting with a T-pose makes the deformities, like bends and stretches, less clunky. Right, right. That's actually helpful to hear, because I was told that I should make sure that it's in T-pose, because it'll be better that way. I had not exactly heard the reason why it's better. So that's actually helpful to think about. So it looks like this person has separate pieces, and they're putting it in there. Yeah, it's gonna be super clunky. If the arms are out here and everything is animated to be like that, I mean, it's gonna be super bizarre. But what Stormrun is telling me is that Blender will have a way to force this model that's like this into a T-pose. If I add the armatures, I can then, like, do some setting that forces it to be a T-pose. So now I'm just going to add armatures. I was going to do the Womp thing, but this might be easier. So the human character can reach all around like in real life without too much deformity. All right. Weight them manually. Join them, clean up the edges, and auto-weight them. Make a cage that roughly agrees with the model. Auto-weight it. Data transfer weights from it to your meshes by nearest face interpolated. Wow. Well, they made that sound Somehow they made doing this sound incredibly easy and incredibly difficult at the same time. You can force a pose, like for Pokemon. T-pose is weird. Right. So I had to set the pose with all 4 feet on the ground. Right. Weight them manually. So like weight them, join, like what does this mean? Like what does this mean? Going to mesh, clean up, then merge by distance. I don't know, this is not helping me that much. It is, but if you want to keep separate objects, the way to rig is to select the object, shift select armature, switch to pose mode, select the bone to which you want to parent. Oh. Oh, interesting. So like actually attaching the parts. That's intriguing. That sounds doable. Reminds me of that Fallout clip of the dog vaulting over a fence in human animations, then suddenly snapping back to his dog animations. What? First of all, I love Fallout. I've been playing Fallout 4 addictively the last week. Deeply addictively. And I must watch this because I don't exactly remember it. It seems you don't need armature for a rest pose change. This is original Fallout? Oh, this is original Fallout. Let's go. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty instructive thing to see. It really turns into an entire person. I didn't know it would be that literal. Like, that it would actually look like a person. That is silly. That is so silly. It's like magic. It's like a spell. It's like the veil is lifted. Hey, you're not a dog. What do you think you're doing? You're not a dog. I see that you're not a dog. Don't lie to me. Stop pretending like you're a dog. You ain't no dog. Look at that. It's like a transformer. It's like an anamorph transformer. That is so silly. Van Buren, I don't know what version of the original Fallout games that is. I haven't played the original Fallout games. I know that's so basic, but I haven't. The way he looks at the dog. You know, he's like, what did you just sorry, did you just what are you gonna be what? What? They forgot to add the animation for the dog and it went to default. It's hilarious. I think Van Buren was the code name of what was supposed to be Fallout 3 before it was abandoned by the original devs. Gotcha. I do watch a lot of videos by Tim Kaine on YouTube. Tim Kaine, who's like, isn't as immersive to me, and that's a me problem. Uh-oh. Is the internet being goofy? I see we had some buffering there. I apologize for the buffering. That was 30 seconds ago. Let me keep this up here so we can keep an eye on that bit rate. All right, so anyway, so it looks like what I might need to do. Look up set current pose to rest pose in Blender. Quick tutorial by Osart. All right. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Pose position, rest position. Nice.
Hello guys, in this video I'm going to show you how to change the rest position of your character imported from Example. So I imported this character from Example in T pose, but if you select the rest position you can see that it's in A pose. So to set this T pose as the default rest pose, first of all you select the armature, delete any keyframe.
So we need to make
here.
an armature.
Then we want to select the armature and the mesh and press Ctrl A to apply all transforms. Now by pressing the numpad period key, it will take us to where the object is. The next thing we are going to do is come to the mesh, go to your modifiers and apply. And then we select the armature, we go into the pose. What we are going to do is come to the mesh, go to your modifiers and apply. And then we select the armature, we go into the pose mode, make sure everything is selected. You can press A, go to your pose, and then apply pose as rest pose. Next thing you want to do is go back to your object mode, select the mesh, select the armature, Ctrl P with automatic weight. So now if you select the rest pose, you can see that this is now our default rest pose. So the pose position and the rest position are now the same. Hope you found this helpful.
So it's a modifier. Don't forget to
like and subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Ctrl P with to your object mode, select the mesh, select the armature, Ctrl P with automatic weight. So now if you select the rest pose, you can see that this is now our default rest pose. So the pose position and the rest position are now the same.
It's a little confusing because I'm not seeing like any difference between it when he clicks on it.
And apply pose as rest pose. Next
apply pose as rest pose. I see. So this is literally saying, so this is actually what you're telling me. So right now
it's in A pose. So to set this,
it's like this, I guess. But then he moves and it's already in it. So is he... I'm a little confused. I do a lot of stuff with tutorials. I don't know how these guys find this stuff.
If you select the rest
it's very specific instructions.
You can see that it's in A pose. So to set this T pose as the default rest pose.
But it looks like he already... So he's just showing us how to do it. He's already done it. And he's just showing us the steps to also do it.
First of all, you select the armature, delete
and so it automatically moved it from the A pose to that T pose.
So to set this T pose as the default rest pose, first of all, you select the armature, delete any keyframe you have here. Then
first I need to set up the armature though. We don't have any of that set up. And then a way we're supposed to do that, I think he pauses and changes it and then continues the video for a quick video. Yeah, that's fair. I understand that. I can appreciate that, actually. It's probably like a 30-minute version somewhere. Right. So I think what we want to do is select the object, shift, select the armature, switch to pose mode, select the bone to which you want to pair it. So we can have one armature with multiple bones, but we set those bones in the separate objects. So I do have the bitrate up there just to remind everybody the internet is a little goofy. Still trying to figure out what's wrong with our internet. So sometimes you might get some buffering. I do apologize for that on behalf of my internet provider. The stream will be okay. If it becomes unwatchable, let me know. But I'll put that up there so you can at least see when we're going through those bouts of issues. And I'll try to keep my eye on when it's happening, just so I can be aware. But I can only check it every 30 seconds. So I'm only seeing what the stream looks like when the internet goes bad on a 30-second delay, unfortunately. But I do want to try to be with you in this time of internet floppiness. I'm going to go head out. Good luck with the Green Boy. Thank you, Pepe. Appreciate you. Good luck with your Batman. Googling says that you can just parent all the objects to the armature with automatic weights, and it should work. Right. Right, right. I think that's what that other thing was saying. So we parent the objects to the armatures. Okay. Thanks again, Pepe, by the way, for coming through. It's good to see you. If you only have one armature, would you have all body parts at all times in Godot? Yes. I mean, so that's kind of already what it is, right? So, like, here's the main scene. And over here, or we can just even go to just the alien scene. So, I mean, over here, we do have all of these body parts, right? So they are all here, and they're all separate. And that's how this game sort of works. And the reason why they're separate is so that way they can be individually destroyed, right? So we can cut them all off one by one. Like, would the body part actually disappear? It's just so it's visible. It's a visual thing. So visually, it does disappear. But it's not like deleting. It's not getting deleted. It's just visually going away. Which I guess if you think about it, you know, that's going to be an interesting animation challenge, because what I really want is for the animation to be different. For example, if there's only one leg, what I want, like in a perfect scenario, is that leg goes in the center and it's like hopping from the middle. So there's going to have to be some animations that go in here that are unique to this game. But you know, what we could do for now is kind of like this, where, you know, this leg disappears and it's just, you know, it's not balancing out, and that's kind of okay for now. You've only hit whole objects, not parts of it. Yeah, it's just sort of a special need for this game, is that I have to have them be separate so they can break off like that. So their collision goes away, visually they disappear, but technically they're still there. So then the armature would still be there in theory and would still be animating as if all the other body parts are still present, which should only look, it should only look as silly as this does without less staticness. That's why I was thinking different armatures for each body part. Yeah. Okay, so we create an armature and we make sure to parent. Now is that gonna be a separate armature? Or should it be one armature? This is not something I have any quite idea about. Reminds me of the SNES Genesis era bosses, where they had bosses with arms made of orbs. What's up, Dissident? Welcome. I'm extremely curious to understand that. Do you have any examples? No pressure. But I would love to study that. There's no way searching that is gonna work. Old school orbs. Maybe I kind of know what you mean. Like Zelda or something. That's really interesting. I hadn't thought about that. I'm thinking like Link to the Past might have had something like that, or Contra Rocket Knight. Or like even something like Kirby Superstar. You can see I know a lot of... Oh, look, like this maybe, even. This is very intriguing. Gyaba. Whoa, this is like... Whoa. Interesting. This is maybe not the best example. Oh, but look, it's like orbs. Wait, that's like... Oh, that's like their... That's like a thing that they sent out. Oh, these are monsters. This isn't the arms. I see. These are monsters. Okay. But it is orbs, and it does help it like move around a bit. Rocket Knight. I'm not 100% sure, but it looks like people usually do one armature, but it might be different for your game. Okay. Oh, here we go. That's a clever way to deal with it, to have like orbs that just like rotate so it's like a chain link or something. It's a cool idea. Actually, a lot of these games would be really good studies. A lot of these bosses, because they all seem to have. It's actually like something boss. You're kind of playing a boss in this game, if you think about it. The Alien Wars. That's so funny. Oops, I didn't mean to put the logo on screen. That was an accident. That was an accident. Giant turtle boss. Ah, yes. Contra's giant turtle boss. Taka. Alien tortoise. I gotta check this out. I don't know if this music's gonna have copyright, so I'm not gonna play it. But that's an interesting thing to think about. You know, because it's not necessary for this to look super realistic. Like, you know, if that's easier, that could be something to think about. These really obvious, separate things that behave in a weird way, but make sense for what they're supposed to be doing. I want to see it move. It might just sit there. It could also be the way this person is playing. They're staying like out of reach or something. I mean, even the neck, right? It's like these segments. Because at some point, I'm gonna need to figure out how the alien will grab things far away. And if you just have these like segments that like generate, or that are like, or they don't even generate, right? It could be like they're all stacked on each other and they just like stretch out. Thanks for this. This is a great recommendation. Rogue-lite had these fist-fighting pig mechs with orb arms ending in spike balls. Okay, this is cool. This is great research. Only a slight distraction. But I need to add this all in here. I must. We're gonna make this something we study. Exodus, Genesis, bosses. Thank you, Dissident, in chat. So we've got this one from Contra. And then I liked this other list that came up. Those all seem to have some good examples. Let's just clarify limb stuff. Limb stuff. Stretching. Segments. And there was a nice list that came up here. This one. I mean, it's just saying best boss battles, but some of them did seem kind of relevant. If I can do this right. Paste that. And then you said a lot of clever ways to make effects with limited tech. Right. I mean, I am the embodiment of limited. I'm not. I could either learn, like, there is less limitations now, technically, but my knowledge is limited. And so I might as well use some old school ways of dealing with limitations. Rocket Knight. I've never heard of that game. Pig mechas. Literally, it's called Pig Mecha. Oh, wow. Look at that. The orbs. You're really onto something with the orbs thing. This game looks cool. Oh my gosh, this game looks awesome. This game looks so cool. And so then the game that I'm working on is basically you get to play these bosses, which it looks like here you do as well. This is pretty awesome. Definitely need to take this note down. Thank you. All right, let me get back to the armatures. But these are awesome suggestions. Not the Google search. Not the Google search. The video. The video. All right. Thank you for those suggestions. So yeah, all right, let's try to get these armatures built in here. So I'm gonna say Shift A, armature. Oh, we already created one? We did. So grab the armature. We're gonna see. I don't know. This is gonna be, oh man. This is gonna be an experiment, is what this will be. Edit mode. Oh, and the other thing is, I kind of need, if I want to make it match something like in Mixamo, right? What blend, like default, typical Blender armature bones. Like I need to do what, like a hand, a forearm, and an arm? Like I need to make sure I have all the same ones, right? So it will match something that I do in like or animation I find like in Mixamo or something, you know. Yeah, naming conventions, but can you just tell me the whole rig? Basic Blender rig. I do see the internet is fluctuating a little bit. I hope it doesn't manifest in problems or anything. We could do tutorial, but could you just show me the parts? Now this is doing the entire fingers and everything, which I don't really care to do, if I'm being honest. So we do shoulder, arm, hand. It's a little, it's just, it's kind of a lot. It's only a little overwhelming. It's only a little overwhelming, having never done any of this. I'm surprised there's not just like an easy, obvious guiding image. You know, like here's the default ones that you would want to do. And I guess these are some inverse kinematic things here. These like ones that are sticking out. Simple biped rig. I guess that's what I want. Right now, I am trying to figure out exactly what bones I should add in. So that way it can be like, it can fit well with whatever animation I download. I think this is more of a I feel like I should have saved this for a Monday member stream. I didn't realize I knew I should have known this would have been complicated. It's okay. It's totally fine. We're gonna animate a character in 10 minutes with Blender 3.1 by Polyflow. You're like, I got you. I got you, fam. I got you, fam. Oh, I think we've looked at this one before, apparently.
So in today's video, I'm going to show you how you can rig your own character and animate movements just like this right here. So let me go ahead and hit play. And as you can see, we have an infinite loop.
Now this one's probably one whole piece, so it'll be a little different.
Jacks. And if you were to go over here, you can actually see we have the armature, the actual bones that's moving the character. And you can go in here and basically customize this to whatever you like, do whatever movement you want to. And then we can go on from there. So
for the noodles,
rigging this character, making it from scratch, as well as adding the armatures and then posing it and showing you how to animate it. Just
I mean, this is kind of giving me a good layout here. So it's only got a couple leg bones. It's like this other one is doing thigh, knee, foot. But I like how this one isn't doing any of that. I do eventually want to add like things like inverse kinematics. Maybe I just do like this. Maybe I just copy this. And then we can have one. All right. I'm just going to kind of base it on these. Just the main human bones. Doesn't have to be too complicated. Only if you want to bend the foot. Yeah, maybe someday. Oh my gosh. Dang, I just saw that glitching from 30 seconds ago. Holy crap. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry for the stream glitching, guys. The internet problem is one I'm actively looking into. But you can keep track of my bitrate in the top left. It should be at 15,000. That's what it's supposed to be at. But sometimes it fluctuates. And when it does, you'll know. 8-bit hyper game dev streaming. Yeah, it's just an homage. It's actually an homage. It's totally intentional. This is not a problem. It's a feature, not a bug. Remember that. I wish. All right, so let's start putting these in here. So this is going to be, I guess, looking at this. I mean, this is just doing like shoulder and arm, right? Maybe I want to do hands. It seemed like a transition. Yeah, it was very intentional. It was just a transition between task 1 and task 2. Nothing but features here. That's all we got. Pure features. Feature-filled live stream. I hope you enjoy the features that we have on purpose. Very, very intentional. You're welcome. All right, good enough for me. Push this up. So we'll want 2 for the basic kind like this. If you want the bones to be straight, yeah, you know, I did know that. I did know that. I kind of go back and forth between doing that, and sometimes I just prefer just like nudging it a little in 3D space. But that is definitely a good tip. You wing it. Yeah, I don't know. I like nudging it into place sometimes. So this person basically just has 1 for the entire arm and then 1 that reaches into the shoulder. Sometimes I go to the other side of the mesh and the bone is sticking way out. Yeah, right. So like that's why it's not great to do it that way, because it may seem okay from one angle. That's that 3D life though. It do be like that. If you hold the tilde key under escape, you can snap the camera to different sides. Oh, right. You know, I don't use this enough. I absolutely don't use this enough. But I should. Looks good. Y'all with the tips. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That one I also kind of knew, but I forget about it. I forget to use it. I don't think you can do anything without shortcuts in Blender. Yeah, and some of them are hard to remember. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like right now, like all my moving around, you know, I have to emulate, because I don't have a middle mouse button. So I have to press Alt and click in order to get it to do this. And then if I want to like pan around, I have to do Alt Shift click. And it's just one little thing. It's just like there's so many different And then, you know, obviously for moving things around, pressing G. There are so many shortcuts, but and you know, and Blender is simple. It is, once you know what to do. And so that's why, well, I'm getting better. Doing the Monday member streams, I'm getting better and practicing. But there's still so much to learn. It's going to take me forever. It's helpful when you guys give tips, because it helps remind me what is possible. I need to set mine up like that. My middle mouse works sometimes only. Nice. Yeah, so that was just in project settings, wherever that is. Preferences? It's in preferences. Input right here. Emulate 3-button mouse is how that works. So in the middle of working with Blender, I just have to fight my mouse for a while. That sounds frustrating. That's not good for your mouse. That's not good for you. That's not good for Blender. How's this? Oh, I was supposed to start from the middle and work my way out, wasn't I? Oops. Do-over. That's okay. Well, now I'm definitely going to use the XYZ thing. So I guess then I kind of want to... I guess I want to start with the centerpiece. Okay. All right. That's an oopsie. Not that I couldn't have flipped it. Like, maybe I can flip it, right? I can probably flip it somehow. So, like, if I go to extrude this, right? It's flipped the wrong way. I'm sure I can flip it. I just don't know how to flip it. But I'm sure you can. I may have always, it may not have worked right ever, but I only noticed when I started using Blender because I only scroll with it otherwise. Yeah, right. Right, like I don't really use the middle mouse button. I don't even have a middle mouse button, so I rarely notice it until I come into like a 3D program. Then all of a sudden, middle mouse button is like super important. All right, we'll just move it into the body. It's just a little do-over. And as a matter of fact, honestly, I'm just going to undo back to the beginning because it's going to be much easier to just move it that way. We tried. Delete your armature and start from the ground. That way the pelvis is the root. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. We're just going to do over. First bone should be straight up and down. I see that now. I now see that. All right, first armature, straight up and down. So then I definitely want to make sure that we're staying on the axis. So then looking at that example you pulled up, I'm going to just grab a screenshot of it so I can have this as a reference. And I'm going to do the same thing here. Yeah. Yeah, I often get confused with the directions only because I expect it to be, for Y to be up and down. But yeah, I've got that much figured out. Okay, let me just get a nice reference set up here. So I don't have to keep tabbing between these. Okay. Then you can press G and move it, yeah. Yeah, I got that much. So I guess I want to make this kind of small. I guess it doesn't matter. It kind of depends on how I want it to animate. But like on their example, they have the kind of in the center of the body. Your models are always flipped when you import to Unreal Engine, so you gotta rotate it 90 degrees. I'm sure I could fix it before exporting, but eh. It's okay. It's okay for it to be a little imperfect. Probably. And then we would do... I guess I'll make it a little shorter. Because I also will want to get that neck in there. So then if I extrude this, we'll have... And they've got this kind of on the inside. So I guess this is like the shoulder here. Extrude another. That's like the arm. Extrude another. That's like the hand. So kind of like that. Obviously, these are all going to be in the wrong places. There's a mirror for the armor sheet too if you watch that video, like 5 minutes in. Oh, really? I did see a mirror option right here. If you mirror, you could adjust each bone later. Alright, let's see.
Just like this. So without further ado, let's hop into Blender and let me show you how I did this. So here I am in Blender. I'm using version 3.1.2.
You gotta get one side
we're just
done
gonna go ahead and
first,
start off,
though.
and this time we're not actually gonna delete the default cube. So first off, let's press number 1. That gives us the front view. Also, all of my keys, such as my screencast, whatever I click or type will be shown in the bottom right. And then one part, so let's do Shift A. And we have the armature, so click on armature. And then in terms of this, if you want upper leg dot L, leg dot L, hit symmetrize,
Nice.
boom, lower leg dot L. So now we do is press A, select all of them, right click while we're still in edit mode, hit symmetrize, boom, look at this.
Symmetrize. Nice. Awesome. Oh, that looks so convenient. Cool. So we'll just do one side at a time then. Alright, let's get this down. I don't know, guys. I don't know. I think we'll get an animation by the end of this. And I'm very curious to see if we can avoid using WOMP at all. I think so. Like at this point, I feel pretty confident we can get away with not using WOMP. It's just going to be so much extra steps if I do. That's a big hand. That's a big old hand bone. It's gonna look so weird. Whatever animation we put on this, Blender's hard, but it's rewarding when you get something done. Animations look nice. I've never done animations in Blender. I have done some. We did do the noodle stuff, but never like a character. And, you know, every Monday I do member exclusive streams in Blender. And I have been just so proud of everything that I've made. You know, everything that's in the game right now, I've made in Blender on those live streams. And I'm really happy with it. So, like, the trees, the little cows. Actually, the cow I made partially in WOMP. Same thing with the alien. But the cow, I did most of the work in Blender. But I got, like, the general shape of the body in WOMP, and then I made the rest in Blender. The cliffs I made in Blender this past Monday, and you know, it's not like great, but the house, but it feels so good to have done that, and I'm really excited to see how the animations turn out. You've honestly done great. I find models for most of my things, and anything I build is usually blocky. Yeah, and you know, I kind of figured I'd embrace that. Especially since the alien is supposed to really look kind of like not blocky. Maybe like the blockier world will contrast with it. And look, you know, I think the art style could be made more consistent. I mean, we have this almost like hyper realistic looking cliff. I mean, this is less so, but especially where it drops off, I think that, you know, this kind of looks a little different. I'm sure there's gonna be some things that need to make more sense. Like, for example, what are these trees doing growing on rocks? There's so many things to think about, but, you know, I really want for this prototype to just scrape it all together, just scratch it all together, and then, you know, once that prototype is together, start looking at how could I either, you know, take more seriously the art direction and or collaborate with somebody to bring it, to tie it together a little better. But yeah, I have been really proud of everything, and you know, I in retrospect, this should be a Monday member stream, but you know, once we get this, at the same time, once I get this rigged, I feel like we're gonna be in Godot again, setting up the animations when they fire, stuff like that. So it's, I can't do everything on the Monday streams, Blender wise. How far left and right can you build on those landscape tiles? As far as I want. Infinitely. Infinitely. Yeah, it's limited only by my imagination. You know, I'm planning on having some kind of limitation for how far left or right you can go, probably. Mainly just for technical reasons. I mean, you know, otherwise it's like an open world game, and it kind of asks questions like, well, why, if it's open world, why would it be on rails? You know, you can put some large rocks far off so it seems like you're in a valley in some spots. Nice. Yeah, for sure. I definitely want to have more scenery on the sides. Yeah, totally. Yeah, we could decorate all over the place here. Could decorate all over on the left, on the right. For sure. Yeah, I want to contextualize where we are. But you know, it's also like I want it to be like different areas, like different types of areas. So like that would need to change, but that's a good idea. The scenery would have to change. Then maybe a forest and an invisible wall that turns a color if you get too close. Ooh, I like that. Those are some good ideas. Yeah, so I mean, you know, I was talking about this earlier. I'm not really sure like whether I want to do invisible walls. I mean, I will. I will do invisible walls, but what I would want ideally would be an infinite loop. So like if you go too far over, you just come out the left side. You know, like sort of like an old school retro game. That's what I would want ideally, but technically I'm not sure if I'll be able to pull it off. So we'll start with invisible walls. But ultimately what I'd like is if you go too far over, you just come out the other side. But that obviously presents problems. But yeah, maybe on the Monday stream next week, I'll work on what you suggested, the stuff on the sides, and decorate them, because that way it's like I hadn't thought about that, like, so that way it's not obstacles, it's just visual stuff that passes by. That would be cool. And yeah, I do want it to be like that, like a valley, like the fact that you are the alien choosing to be in this particular area because it is, you know, more, it's going to be easier for you as the alien to run down and get stuff. You know, why would the alien run through a part that's really hard for it to go through? The alien would probably choose a place that's easier for it to run down. Internet is wobbling. You can do it. If your character goes whatever distance on the correct axis, it can teleport them 200 pixels to the other axis. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a great idea. Wow. I hadn't thought about that. All right, well, let me put that in the hacking plan. That's supposed to be something else I do today. Just think about the hacking plan. So let's make it a planned feature. That's a really good approach. It's worth trying. The internet is suffering right now, guys. Internet is rough right now. My partner and I are very interested in solving this problem. We both do remote work. Them more serious than mine. We really need to figure this out. Hopefully soon. So this will be boundaries loop, and then I think we can add a description. So I'm going to say boundaries. We'll just say boundaries. And I'll say invisible wall only lagged a few seconds. Somehow it's letting you through. So weird. Invisible wall and or teleport player to other side when the wall is hit for infinite loop effect. Teleport idea storm run gaming. I hadn't thought that being a way to do it, but that makes so much sense. All right, it's now a planned feature. It's a really good way to approach it. All right. Right. Left. A couple weirdnesses here. Something I often do when I'm doing the like GZ thing or GX or GY is I press the direction first. I'll press Z, X, or Y first and then press G, which then I'm like, oh my god, did I just like do something by pressing Z or whatever? So I'll like, then I'll hit undo just in case. It's only a little annoying. All smoke and mirrors. Oh yeah, the boundaries thing. Totally. Yeah, smoke and mirrors. I mean, it definitely is, and that's game dev, filmmaking. That's all that stuff. But I hadn't thought of like a way to do it, and I really like that idea as a way to do it. Oh, but then this is right, so I don't really want to move that because then the center point won't be straight up and down anymore. Oh, that got unstraight up and down a long time ago. Dang. Wait. Yeah, so this needs to be... Oh, crap. Alright, hold on. This is some effort. This is some effort. Wait, and let me go to back. Oh no, did I just reset everything? Oh god, now I'm starting over. Oh my god. Alright. I lost all my undos. Alright, okay. I think... Oh, I don't know how that happened. I was just thinking of the old 2D games, like the Asteroids one. I think they used that approach to know where they are in the screen. Gotcha. Yeah, I would have, you know, whatever day I tackled that, that's probably where it would have started researching it. It was like how to make a simple Asteroids game. There's a redo button. Yeah, there is. I tried it. I think I must have like clicked something and done something and we lost all the redos. Do you know what I mean? I know. But unfortunately, we lost them all. And I am going to take that L. All right. Try again. I guess I want this to be lower so it's like level with where the shoulder comes out. I think I increased the undos actually, because I am a vigorous undoer. I just happened to accidentally undo my redos, so I wasn't able to enjoy them. Yeah, 30, whatever it was by default, that wasn't enough for me. I needed more. Still not gonna save me from accidentally obliterating all the redos. That's just kind of a part of doing stuff on the computer. It happens. You've already been tinkering with the program. I'm scared of messing with Blender. Really? Yeah, it was pretty easy. I was just in like preferences. Maybe I want to say editing? I'm not sure. It was somewhere. Save and load? System. Undo steps. So I think the maximum is 256. That's the most you can do. So it has a cap. Oh, that internet is fluctuating. It's rough today. We got some bad internet today. So yeah, it won't actually let you do too many. So if you're worried, it won't let you do too many. It won't let you undo too many. I'm still trying to figure out all the buttons next to the modifier wrench. You mean the ones that the modifiers, or the things that are along with it? Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on here. There's a crap ton of stuff on here. And there's a crap ton of modifiers themselves. There's so much to learn, you know? There's so much to learn. But there's some things like undos that any program I get into, it's not negotiable. Like, I need to figure this out immediately. This is just too important. I need my undos. I need them bad. I'm gonna make many mistakes. On purpose, sometimes. Alright, I guess this has to be good enough. I don't feel great about some of these positions, but based on the way that this is designed, I feel like I kind of have to just, you can see all the bones kind of coming outside of it, but I mean, the arm is weird. It's fine. And, I can always adjust it later. Okay, let's do if that looks good, let's do the legs. Pulling up the reference, we've got like the hips, and then just like the arms, there's like well, it's a little different than the arms. Pull this up. I guess we want to go up a little bit more even. All that stuff. If you click the little green running man, you can make your armature in front instead of inside. Okay. All right. Oh, this is what we're going to need later as well. For the pose and rest position, actually. Extrude this. Keep this on the axis. We don't have a lot of wiggle room here. Extrude that. Move it into place. And we want two. Oh, I mean, oh man. We got some problems here. Ooh, we got some problems here. Look at this crazy leg. How the heck is this gonna work? Oi. I guess what I should do is I should make sure I have the same amount on each side. And it'll probably be able to figure it out. So like we'll say, you know, there's the upper leg, the knee, and then I'll make an extra one here for like the ankle or whatever. But you know, I made the leg all wobbly again just to sort of emphasize that this character isn't like a static straight up and down body shape, that it has wobbliness. Oh, that internet is suffering. I need to design that up there so you in the top left so it's like internet right now. But it is flying all over. I think you got to be in object mode to make it in front. So after you're done with edit mode, but it does help. Okay. I hear you. I hear you. Let's get this. And then, yeah, I'll just make sure that there is this many bones on the other side. And if we do that symmetricize, that'll give us that right away. That many bones. And then, you know, hopefully it'll actually even straighten the leg out for us, which is going to be weird because these are probably like different lengths, right? This one comes out so far and they both end up on the same place. I don't know how this is going to look. This is going to look weird. It's going to be so weird. You know, I really am not starting with a great base model. Now, to be fair, it is supposed to be kind of weird, right? It's not supposed to look like a very normal run cycle. But there's glitchy and then there's not glitchy. You would watch the video again, but to mirror, you select only the bones you want to mirror, but have to be named right first. Okay. I may or may not follow your instruction of watching the video again. However, I may well realize I should do that. Yeah, I was going to name them too. I don't know if I was going to do it before I tried the symmetricize. So I'm glad you said that. But yeah, I probably should do that. I mean, this seems good enough for now. So yeah, let's name them all. And we have to make sure the naming convention is correct. Now, I got this from Blender's website on how to name it. And so I think we could probably just do that, right? Oh, it's definitely okay. I think we could just probably do that and that'll name it right. So let me pull down this armature drop down. And so I guess we'll call this root. Don't forget the neck bone. Oh yeah, right. Thank you. Neck bone. I'm gonna do the head as well. Might as well. Oh, and I gotta make sure it's straight, right? Extrude Z. Bring it into there, and let's do a head as well. Okay, there we go. Thank you. That way he can wobble his head and look around. Yeah. Man, this is gonna be so weird. It's gonna be so weird. Like, there's no way this just looks perfect. But I am excited to see what happens. This one is the root. This one is neck. This one is head. The way when he moves his head, it doesn't rotate his upper body. That way when he moves it, doesn't rotate his upper body. Right. Yeah, that would be weird. Root, neck, head. This is shoulder left. Shoulder underscore L. Arm underscore L. And hand underscore L. This one is what? Oh, Blender decided to stop telling me how to name them after that part. I don't even think it goes down that far. Blender armature naming convention. I just need to, I mean, was it like a thigh? Like I guess I could say thigh. Like that would probably be fine. Would be thigh. I guess it's like pelvis, but then it's like pelvis left, pelvis right. I don't know, just internet, just give me a suggestion. Any old thing will work, internet. I'm not picky. Thigh or pelvis will be fine, I'm sure. Great. It's too small to read. It is say thigh. Okay, so let's do thigh. It does say thigh. Anything you want to name just have to have the L or R, so when you press the symmetry button, it copies it. Yeah, that's fair. Alright. That's kind of what I thought, but... Upper thigh. Oh, true. You know, maybe I'll just call it pelvis. I'm going to call it pelvis left. Because that's too much. Upper and lower. I'm going to say... Oh, the glitching. I see that from 30 seconds ago. I apologize. Thigh left. I probably should just ignore it and not even mention it to you guys. Unless it's like really bad. Leg left, foot left. We'll say that. Okay, so now they all have the names. And then in the video, when he goes to symmetrize it, bone left and it will give, but yeah, I got you. Yeah, I figured. No, it's nice. It makes sense too. So we don't want to select the root ones, I guess.
.L. This can be like upper leg .L, and this can be like lower leg .L. So now we do is press A, select all of them. Right
Oh, all of them.
Mode. Hit symmetrize. Boom. Look at this.
All right. Select them all. Right click. Symmetrize. All right. Just make sure you don't have the middle single bone highlighted. Oh. He definitely did. Are you sure?
Leg .L. So now we do is press A, select all of them. Right click while
So he selects all of them.
we're still in head mode. Hit symmetrize.
And it seems to unselect the center one when he does it. So I think we do select all of them. Weren't supposed to follow him? I don't know. I mean, I just go back and forth. I just do it the way I do it. That's helpful. Now, are those going to be attached? Like, does it need to have extruded from the others?
Boom, look at this. Look at this, shoulder.r, upper arm.r, upper leg.r, lower leg.r, and then shoulder L. And just, it should, if you do everything just like me, it should be perfect, but again, you can always double check, make sure the names are right. And now let's tab out back to object mode. Let's
Because, you know, these are all connected. So I move this, those move. If I move this, it's not actually connected. So I guess I need to do that. Now you should be able to line up all the other bones. Then when you parent, it will all be together. I'm a little confused. Like how I would associate this bone with the other. Because right now, the left shoulder is a root. It's connected, but a separated bone. Oh yeah, I see there's like a dotted line between it. Is that in the video? He's gonna talk about how to
weights right here. Boom.
bring it back
Click
together.
onto the armature. Control here.
So I don't need to worry about that. I just do my thing and everything's gonna be okay. Is everything gonna be okay? Each side is so different. I'm so nervous. So it still has the same root. Okay. All right. Yeah, I guess I see that. Shoulder left here, shoulder right here. Okay. So there's not like something extra I have to do to make sure they're like quote unquote connected. Here's a few steps to follow. Right, right. I should probably do that. Will I? Remains to be seen. That wasn't too bad. Okay, get this in place. Bring this in place. It's getting there. I'm very curious to see how this is going to move. Doesn't matter how messed up the bones are. Pose mode will get you what you want. Nice. Oh man, I'm so nervous. It's a moment of truth when that happens. You know, I made this model without any of this in mind. And I don't know. You know, at the same time, again, this alien is supposed to have some very strange movement. So whatever weird things come of this, it might be okay. Big might. All right, let me look at it from the other directions. Make sure it's acceptable. I forgot what to do next, so I always watch the video you're watching when rigging. Gotcha. I'll watch it, I'll watch it, I'll watch it, I'll watch it. Left. Looks pretty good. Seems alright. Okay, so we'll go back to the video. I'm just impatient, you know? It's my ADD at work keeping me from watching it. It's like, well, I got the gist. I don't want to wait.
And if you go too far ahead, it might be impossible for you to redo it. So here we just name this like the Cube Man, or even whatever you want to. And now here's the fun part. So let's do Shift A, and we have the armature. So click on armature, and then in terms
He
of
said, "Here's the fun part." Oh, my internet is so bad. The video's not even loading. Oh man, it's rough today, guys.
on our mouse like right there, and basically it looks like I do about six or seven. It's not too big.
Oh, I didn't do any of the subdivisions. I didn't do any of that. But that's after we do that.
And then drag this down here, and then drag this
Right,
down.
you waste a
What
lot
I
of
forgot to
time
do,
by
which
not
was,
following it.
we typed in the mode.
That's fair. I also like to think there's a lot to learn from that, like, faffing around. Not to say it wasn't a waste of time, but...
I forgot to add some loop cuts here, and then drag it down here. Now, one thing I forgot to do, which was, we typed in edit mode, I forgot to add some loop cuts in between before I mirrored, but it's okay, we can do it right now. And basically, we just, like, do Control-R, Command-R.
So he said before he mirrored it. But if I mirror it, it's not going to mirror the loop cuts. He's doing the loop cuts on both sides. So we still have to do
and
that.
our mouse, like, right there.
Alright, let's do these. We gotta do these loop cuts. You need to do the subdivisions or weight paint. Still works well. Or weight paint? Well, then maybe let's not do it. Then let's not do it. And if it looks weird, we can come back and do it. It sounds like that's something we can do later. I mean, and the thing is he's working with these blocks, right? He's working with these blocks that have no extra polygons in it. This thing is freaking loaded with polygons. You know, like some loop cuts. I mean, it might look better because it might bend it on those points, and or at least on those cuts, as opposed to trying to find which points to bend and twist. But I'm gonna push for it anyway.
On the mesh, and then shift click onto the armature, Control P or Command P, and we're gonna compare it to automatic weights right here. Boom, and then we click onto our armature, the bones. Now we're gonna click onto the armature, Control P or Command P, and we're gonna compare it to automatic weights right here. Boom.
Automatic. So wait, he's setting what to automatic weights?
Shift click onto the armature, Control P or Command P, and we're gonna
Control P. Shift click onto the armature. Control P. Maybe we need to be in edit mode. What? What am I?
mode. Let's click
Object mode.
or click on the mesh, and then shift click onto the armature.
Click on the mesh. Click on. So we have to click on all of our mesh pieces. Not click on the armature. Oh wait, I just shift clicked it on it. Nice. Right click. Oh no, Control P. There we go, with automatic weights. So I had to select everything. I shift clicked on the armature. Control P. And now we have weights. I animated a full bird, Stormrun says, without doing all the extra stuff, and there was no deform when the wings flapped all the way. Alright. I like how you're like, follow the video, follow the video. I don't follow the video. Okay. Dang, man, that internet just ain't fixing. You know, it shouldn't be too bad on your end. It seems like it's just like causing the quality to drop a little bit. But at least we're not buffering. I gotta stop talking about it. I feel like I just have to let it be. Also, I can still edit the armature, right? Like, if I want to change something, it's not too late. because I kind of want to just adjust something now that I noticed it. Maybe I could redo the weights thing. Object mode, select all. Shift, oops, select all. Shift P. Oh, I think it's different now. I don't think we have to redo it. All right. What's next?
Control P or Command P, and we're going to compare it to automatic weights right here. Boom. And then we click onto our armature, the bones. Now we have this option called pose mode. Check this out. We can press.
Okay, click on the armature, and now we go into pose mode. The moment of posing has arrived. Pose mode.
R, and look at this. We got option R, Alt R to reset that. And then also legs mode. Check this out. We can press R, and look at this. We got
Press R. Press R. Oh, rotate. Whoa! Do you see how slow it is? Look how slow it's going. I mean, I'm waving my mouse around. It's because of all those polygons on there. Yo, that looks all right. Hey, that don't look that bad. That does not look that bad. That looks pretty good. Okay, all right.
arm movement like that, and then also legs just like this. And then we can press A just like all of them. We can press Option R, Alt R to reset that.
This is what we should have done so long ago. So wait. Okay. Now, on that other tutorial you sent,
and we want to select the armature and the mesh and press Ctrl A to apply all transforms. Now by pressing the numpad period key, it will take us to where the object is. The next thing we are going to do is come to the mesh.
Now this is doing
modifiers and apply. And then we select the armature. We go into the pose mode. Make sure everything is selected. You can press A, go to your pose, and then apply pose as rest pose. The next thing you want to do is go back to your object mode, select the mesh, select the armature, Ctrl P with automatic weight. So now if you select the rest pose, you can see that this is now our default rest pose.
So I think we have to move it ourselves into that pose. But that shouldn't be that hard. Now that we have these armatures set, dude, we can just bend the arm into T-pose and then set that as rest pose. Wait, why even set it as a rest pose? Why don't we why don't I just do it and then that's the end of it and then apply a mix-em-out animation to it and Bob's our uncle. Dude, this looks great. I have no problem with this. This is fantastic. Now, because these are separate pieces, the seams will pop off. So that's something to think about. Right? So you'll get these like separation, which makes sense. You know, it's not like it's a perfect. What would be ideal is if the if the connecting arm to the body was like a sphere, right? If that was like a round, like a ball joint, then it wouldn't be as bad. So that could be something to design. It raises questions, like, I mean, maybe it's fine. If I change that, will that mess up anything else? Probably not. This is great. Dude, oh my gosh. Forget making it again in WOMP. This is exactly what I needed. So lucky Stormrun came through and gave me these suggestions. I'm so lucky. Stormrun saved me from a few headaches. Because I would have had to done this on top of so much else. And I wouldn't have had your guidance or advice. Thank you for sharing your Blender wisdom. It means a lot. Reason 8096 why I live stream. So Stormrun can help me. Look at that. Look at that. That's perfect. It's a big T-pose. It's still a very big T-pose. But that's alright. It took you 2 weeks for your first rigged animation. Luckily you found that video. Yeah, that video is really simple. It makes it really simple. You know, take a little adjusting here to get this T-pose thing set up. Since the arm is so wobbly. Dang, this was the way. This was the way to go. 100%. Awesome. Fan-freaking-tastic. Okay, and then let's do the other side. Man, animations are dude, they're still gonna look so weird. And that's okay. It's a weird character. But it's gonna be weird. Let me do this on the x-axis, z-axis. Yeah, z-axis. I got away without doing axes on the other side, but not this one. Actually, let's do some axis stuff. Look at this. If you press R and have your cursor out further, you'll move it slower. Oh yeah, right. True that. I knew that for like size, and that makes sense that would work for rotation. I just had never like done it. Move this. So this is a little straighter. Adjust these. Dang. This is so easy. Idle is pretty easy. You just lower the whole model a little, then bend the knees and arms a little, then just copy and paste those two poses. Right. So like now that this exists, right, can't I just make my own animations? I haven't tried making my own animations in Blender yet. Make a run animation with like 5 poses. So I was gonna just look for some animation on Mixamo and stick it on there. But, I mean, now that I see how this is going, maybe we could do it ourselves. And then I also have to wonder, you know, how that transfers into Godot. Because that is the pretense for the stream, is to be a Godot stream. But, I mean, reality is, doing game dev, different programs are going to come up no matter what engine you're using. But the more animation I can do in Godot, the better. I'm not really sure what is going to be the better place to do this. I'm nervous to save it, because if I save it, it's going to update it in Godot. I know I should, because I've definitely had Blender crash before. But I'm also, like, nervous, because I'm afraid of... I mean, it's that, look, one way or the other, this is gonna mess stuff up in Godot. There's no getting around it. It's gonna raise a lot of questions for Godot. Because right now, the collision of the arms doesn't track with the movement of the character. Save a new save? Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, actually, I should probably do that. It's actually a really good idea. Yeah, let's do that. That's a great idea. Alien 3T. Where it says playback at the bottom, you gotta click dope sheet, I believe. It may be timeline instead of dope sheet. I kind of want to try animating in Godot. Well, there's a T-pose. There's a T-pose. You know, we've got some severe separation between these meshes. Now, the front isn't going to be as visible, but I think it's in the back as well. It's not as bad in the back. So I probably am going to want to look into redesigning that a little bit. All right, let me see what happens if I bring this into Godot. So it's importing it into Godot. It's not going to replace the existing one. Right, the legs. Yeah, I should probably do that. I'm going to skip it for now. But I may well. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough, man. I'm not sure how I want to handle this. So much of this, it should face the same direction, because this is directly, we're not importing it into Godot per se. It's like connected to Godot. It is importing it, but this that's in here right now is a Blender file directly in here. And I didn't change it much. What I'm worried about, also, I probably should, dang it, I didn't apply transforms. Godot doesn't love it when I don't do anything but apply transforms. Apply pose as rest pose. Nice. What? Wait, it snapped it back. What? So it uses the blend files? Yeah, it does. Yes, exactly. Wait, I just applied this as the rest pose, and now it's like that. So does this mean that I could put the animation on the armature? I should Control Z this? Like, is this something that I want? Is this a good thing? I don't know if I can Control Z that. The first video helps with this issue. I don't think it's letting me Control Z it. What have I done? Oh, there we go. I had to Control Z more times. I see. So the first video, okay. So I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I'm not sure how I want to do this, because there's so much that's tied into the way that this already is. Luckily, I undid enough times, and it went back. I don't know what to do next, guys. I don't know what to do next. And it's just because of the way that I've got this setup in Godot. I'm a little torn. All right, here's what I'm thinking. Here's what I'm thinking. This is my idea for right now. I'm going to pull up the folder. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to close Godot for now. I'm going to close Godot. Default post doesn't really matter because it auto starts the animation. Gotcha. Here's what I'm going to do. I only see my default poses when I'm editing. That's interesting. That's good to know. I'm going to experiment. I'm going to swap out the blend file. I'm going to rename the new blend file to the old blend file and see what chaos ensues. And we can always like redo stuff as needed. I mean, if I just rename it, we've got the T-blend import. So that's when it imported it into Godot. It named it tblend.import. We've got this extra duplicate here. And the game runs idle as all auto running. Right. Interesting. So because we already imported it, I'm gonna cut both of those out. I'm gonna put this in this temporary folder. Actually, I'm gonna cut out the original one. Whoops, I did not mean to double click that. And then I'm gonna rename this one to 3. I do have some expectation that this is somehow slightly a mistake. Okay. But I'm doing it because I'm brave. And potentially foolish. All right, let me see what happens. I should probably actually back up these as well. And keep these with the name we had them in Blender. So like right now, Blender's gonna be all confused because this file doesn't exist anymore. I'm playing with fire, and I know that. But I just kind of want to see what happens. And make those mistakes. And learn from them. Wish me luck. Lise, do you even know what you just did? Lise, you're so confused. This is... Oh no, you're not confused. Okay. You are confused, but not for the reasons you think you're confused. Okay, we're fine. Alright. It may work. It may... Well, that's what's keeping me moving forward. It may work. Alright. Let's pop open Godot. I don't know. Because there's definitely going to be things that are not the same. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so nervous. Good luck, Godot. I don't not believe in you. I absolutely do not believe in you. I have complete non-faith in you. A lot of weird things happening here. Oh, this is bad. Okay, this was the mistake. Lots of errors. Somehow, it's got the old shape in it. Like, how did it know that? Oh, man. Okay, I see. So that definitely super didn't work. So a couple things. Number one, it seems like Godot, or from Blender, when I saved it from Blender, it didn't preserve the T position. It put it back to the default position, which, not the end of the world, necessarily. Possibly not a bad thing. Also, the armatures are definitely present, so that's good. The internet is wavering on us. And it broke all the dependencies that it had. So all the scripts that were attached to the different parts, it doesn't know how to match them back up. It has no idea how to do that. So like when I run into, with my limb, into a, an object, the game just crashes because it can't find the reference that it once had. Now the other thing is you can see too that the numbers aren't following along because the numbers, those nodes, were children of each body part. But now they're just floating here in the main scene. These were nested as parts of each body part. But since those body parts are different, it doesn't know to reference them. So a couple things. I wonder if we can reassociate some of these things. Because a lot of these, like on the alien body script, we just have this mesh that it's assigned to. So if I come here and I find the body and we connect that, now that's reassigned. This is the right leg. Reassign the right leg. Reassign the left leg. Sorry, I missed some chats there. I don't think I did. Okay, I didn't miss any chat. If I did, I apologize. Sometimes I mess that up. Anyway, so we got left leg assigning here. Right arm assigning here. Left arm right here. And then the damage labels, those are those numbers. I believe those were nested. If I remember correctly, they were nested from the actual body parts. This is the right arm, but I don't fully remember how I had those nested. I'm attempting to drag it. And it like renamed them. It did some very odd things here that I'm not entirely sure I understand what's going on. What if I cut it? This is the right arm. I mean, it won't even let me touch these. These are like floating in some kind of like Godot node purgatory. I can't even interact with them properly. So that was a mistake, for sure. So that's not going to get fixed. But if I reassign those limbs, we still get crash. Oh, we got problems. All right, let me get out of here. And I'm going to try to put it back to the way it was. I do not necessarily think that I can. I hope I can. What's up? How you doing, Neil? Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. Today, my goal was to try adding an animation to the existing character in this game that I'm working on. And I've spent most of my time in Blender, not Godot. And now I'm trying to get this armatured version of the character I made into Godot without breaking literally everything. I would not necessarily say that's going well, but I'm learning a lot. So I just tried replacing the existing file in a way that I think was a mistake. I'm going to try to unreplace it. I don't know. Sometimes Godot makes changes, like all that re-importing that it did, it makes like fundamental file changes that I can't just undo. But maybe if I save, because I do have a GitHub repo. I always say repo. It's a repo. It's a repo. I do have a GitHub repo. And so I might be able to just revert some of those files back. Hopefully. But I don't know if just switching this back is going to actually... Oh no, we got problems. We got problems. All right, I'm gonna save this as it is. I am gonna save it. I'm gonna hit up GitHub. Attempt to switch player model gone awry. I tried changing the file of the character to a new one with armatures, and it went very badly. Alright, I'm gonna commit that. And now if I commit that, I should be able to revert to the prior version. Wait. Shit. I think I did the wrong thing. Fuck. I meant to... Pardon my language. I meant to do the other one. Undo? Undo! Oh, man. Shit. I did the wrong thing. Oh, man. Undo, commit. Oh, God. Did that work? Did I undo it? This is the one that I wanted to revert. Oh, man. Shit. What do I do? Oh, man. I want to revert this one. Okay, let me see if I made the right choice. I did! Oh! Okay, so we're back to normal. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to do with these stashed things. Okay, so this is the way the game is supposed to be so far. And what I wanted to add in was a running animation. So I made an armature in Blender, And now I'm trying to save that new version of it in here so it replaces the existing model with as little needing to rehook up a million things as possible. I may have to just rehook up those things, but the more I can avoid it, the better. All right, now what do I do with these stashed things? Discard? Yeah, discard the changes. Now it says that I've currently made changes because I reloaded it. So I reverted that. And then I reloaded it in Godot, and now it's saying there's 7 changed files, but they don't look very changed to me. They just have like this yellow square. I mean, this looks quite good. If I save this, hop into GitHub, reverted version to pre-model insert attempt. I don't know. GitHub says there's changes. There's no change. Well, I didn't think so either. All right, well, as long as you don't think there's changes, and I don't think there's changes, let's try this again. So this time, I'm going to try saving from Blender. Oh, wait. So what I need to do, well, let's actually do it like this. I'm going to open the model with armatures added in. I'm going to open that up in Blender. And then I'm going to save this as, now that I've got a backup of the original. So this is the original. And I know I've got that backup. I'm going to overwrite this. I'm a little afraid to do this, but here we go. So I'm going to overwrite this, which means Godot is going to immediately, in theory, it should, try updating that asset. But it doesn't appear to be doing anything for some reason. I thought I saved it on top of this. Oh, I just saved over the backup. Whoa, that could have sucked. Okay. So I just saved over the backup. We need to delete the backup, make a new backup. Double, triple, quadruple check. That's the right backup. Man, it do get confusing. It do get confusing. Player alien3.blend. Oh, showing file manager. Okay, so this is the original as it is now. I've backed that up. In Blender, I want to save this not over the backup, but save it over the one that's in the project, which is this one. Okay, now Godot is going to try importing it, and this may cause a lot of issues. This is what I was afraid to do in the first place, but it turns out my less feared option was considerably scarier. We've got some errors. Oh, we've got some errors. Attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection from Alien 3. Okay. Drawing is only allowed inside notification draw function or draw signal. All right. Sorry about the glitchiness that's the stream is doing sometimes. What is going on? Is this the main scene? This cannot be the main scene. Let me come back to the main scene. There's the main scene. Oh, okay. And so it did a similar thing. It yeeted all of the labels, but the labels are not... Before, the labels were like unclickable. They were like phantom nodes, but now they're still kind of there. Oh, the internet's bad today, guys. I don't know, man. Internet's real bad today. I might have to wrap up early. We'll see. This tends to be when there's the worst of it. Still not sure if it's a time-related internet issue or not. But, so it yeeted all the damage labels, which it did last time. But last time, I couldn't even do anything with them. So this is definitely less frustrating to Godot. We do have to reassign the meshes. We don't have to reassign the damage labels. And as before, visually, it's still there. So, I mean, we're probably going to get errors, but in any case, I'll reassign the body parts. And maybe it'll be less messed up. And then somehow, I'm going to need to get the animation. Now, it isn't doing that T-pose that we set up. That may be fine. You know, once we try to get some kind of animation in there or something. All right. So the damage numbers are definitely going to be floating around in a weird way. But when we collide with something... Hey! It doesn't crash. This isn't bad. So pretty much all that happened... Now let me see if it will hide them when a damage... Nice! Okay, so clearly just saving over it was the right thing to do. And it's remembering the default position that we had set. Okay, this is very freaking promising. And so then with the damage labels, I just have to put them back. So this is the right arm as children of the meshes. This might, like, be okay. Hopefully I don't have to... I might have to reposition them a little bit. Which is only a little annoying. Alright, let's see if they follow along with the character again. They do. They got made a lot bigger for some reason. Not really sure why that happened, but it did. And these damage labels, you know, these are not supposed to be the, like, final way that these appear in the game. They're just the way that they are right now. I might be able to transform them as one unit, and that could be a little bit easier. I probably shouldn't scale them, though. It's probably a bad idea. It's weird. I don't really understand. Maybe I had done some weird transforms to them, and that's why they're going in weird positions. You know, if I do like offset and change the text size, that may prevent something like that from happening again in the future. It's a bit of effort, though. And then what I really want to try to figure out is getting animation, but I wouldn't mind sorting this as well. So we'll say negative 120. Try that for each of these. For the Y offset. And then I want to make them smaller as well. I probably could have selected them all and done that, actually. Text. And I'm going to lower their size. Yeah, all their relative positions are off. So we kind of got to do separate positions for each of them. It's a bit tedious. But I'm optimistic. And then in terms of actually animating it, I'd like to try animating it in Godot versus Blender. Just to see how that goes in Godot. Maybe it'd be better to do it in Blender. We did negative 90 and negative 30. Maybe we just want 30. Or 20, 10, something like that. Over here. $80. Bring this down. Let's say negative 130 and 80. 80, negative 130. Oh, this would be negative 80 or so. Not quite. Not quite. We're at the font size 35. I guess because they're in different positions, it looks like some are smaller or bigger. Not the greatest realignment. But it's vaguely back to the way it should be. Gotta move the leg ones up. Say maybe about negative 50 or something. And we could bring the arms down. I don't need to necessarily focus on this, but I want to. So at least I can be looking at a version of the game that's supposed to exist. Right. Bring this one in more. Alright, this should be vaguely enough for now. Good. I'm gonna save this, and let's make a commit. And this will be new model with armatures. Attempt. We'll say better attempt. Saved over original alien model. Had to re-add damage labels into the mesh instances. The instanced mesh instances. Reposition them to hopefully be default next time, i.e. used offset instead of transform, and made text smaller. Okay. Now I can see the armatures are in there. So they're in there. I feel like we should be seeing it in T-pose. I think that that's a bit of a mistake right now. So, but out of curiosity, if I wanted to try to animate this now, I mean, I barely know what I want to do. We do have the armature. Whoa. Oh, I see. Skeleton 3D. Okay, so there we can really see it. Is it missing the hand bones? Not in the list over here. But I can't select them. So I don't really know what that's about. I'm a little confused with what I'm looking at here. I don't exactly know what I'm looking at. I mean, there's definitely only one version of the character here. In this view, there's multiple. Where's the hands? It's strange that those aren't appearing. Unless they're just like really tiny. I don't know. Maybe they're just really tiny. I don't know. I am not exactly sure what happened to the hands there. So that's interesting. Now, if I wanted to animate this, right, so this is instanced. Which, yeah, I just, all right, well, let me try something. I mean, like if I were to just move one of these, can I? Can I do that? Like, obviously, I want to get, like, an animation player. Oh, nice. Look at that. So it does stretch and move around. That's good. That's a good thing. And what about the hand? Does the hand move? Oh, it does. So it's there. And the shoulder. Oh, I guess that is the hand. All right. And the shoulder pulls apart because of the way it's set up with the separate pieces. So we got to be kind of careful with that one. Doesn't look that bad. You know, if I come in here and I just use the animation player to animate this, we just got to like put keyframes in different positions. Honestly, this might not be too bad. And then comes the challenge of like coding it, right? So that way it has the animations play at certain times. So that's going to be a whole separate thing to figure out. But I'm here for it. I'm here to try it. Has the internet decided to stabilize a bit? Maybe. I wouldn't bet on it all the way yet. All right, so let's try to make it animated. Wow. This has been quite a journey. So I could and probably should look up a tutorial, but I'm feeling experimental. So I'm going to try not to use a tutorial at first. And if, oh, the internet's not stable. And if chaos ensues, chaos ensues. Hey, what's up, Potato? Welcome. Hope you're doing well. I'm here despite fluctuating internet. I have switched out the character model with one that has armatures added in. And now I want to try animating it. I could animate it in Blender, but I want to try animating it in Godot. And that's where I'm at. I'm not really sure about best practices here, other than using an animation player, making some keyframes, and Bob's our uncle, and then having that run, you know, when we're moving and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm trying to get a little run animation going here, and I'm not exactly sure what to expect, but I'm gonna try my best. Welcome on in. Good to see you. So the animation player is like a node. A lot of different places I could put it. Maybe I should put it on the player. Doesn't, okay. All right. Well, we'll see. Because I don't know, I was thinking like, okay, a tree, like maybe that's better, because then it could be like a bone tree or something. But I don't know that that's necessarily. All right, I'll look it up. You know what? I'm looking it up. Animate in Godot armature bones. 2021, 2023 items and bone attachment. Rig 2D limbs. Alright, show me the 2021 video.
Hey guys, this is Mitch, Fine Point CGI, and today we're going to talk about Godot 4.0's new skeleton animation system. So this week in Godot, we had a merge that happened that brought in a new skeletal animation system. Now this is from Togeat Lab. I'm not tool ran by Adobe that has a bunch of free animations and things like that that you can use inside of your game. And I'm going to have a tutorial on how to use these in the future, but right now, let's just go ahead and take a look at the skeleton. So if I click on skeleton 3D, you'll notice that it highlights our skeleton. You'll notice that we have this new panel over here. Now, I don't believe all of this was done by this one person. I think that this was done by multiple people, but this whole panel 0 through 66. It doesn't really tell you what the bone is unless you click on it and then read like Mixamo hips in this case, or in this case, like a spine, right? So that's the first major change, is that it allows you to actually see your bones while you're in here. Now, the next major change here is bone pose, which allows you to pose your bones. Previously, you weren't able to do this. It would just allow you to, rotate or translate it via these little rest and pose sliders here, and they're not very good. As you can see, it kind of allows you to mess around with it, but it's really finicky at
So we
best
can set
to make it do
rest
what you're
and
trying to do.
pone. And pone. A rest and pose. So maybe I do want to set that up in Unreal here. Oh, here. It says rest. So we can set these. Not Unreal. I meant to say Blender. So we might want to set that up. Pose enabled on. It's interesting.
Allows us to actually animate inside of Godot. And I know you're saying, why would I ever want to animate inside of Godot? And the reason why is because if you were to say have an animation, like for instance this one where you're lighting a torch, in this case I have an animation here, that's them lighting a torch, see? But let's say I wanted to make a animation where they're lighting a torch, but instead, you know, they're hunched over or something. Well, I can come in here and I could say, okay, for this specific keyframe here, I want to rotate the hips. So if I go find my hip bone here, and I scroll down here, let me find my hip bone. If I scroll here and let me find my hip bone, so in this case right here. So if I select my spine and then I come to spine and I go ahead and just remove this section of animation here, I could come in here into my spine and make sure I have that one selected and make sure I have my little bone pose on. I could come in here, rotate this down like this, and then snap a keyframe here. So let me see, I believe it's here. I can come down here and I can click key transform, and you'll see that now he bends down when I want him to light that torch, and then bends back up because I didn't do the rest of the animation here. But it allows us to modify animations after they're already done, so that way we can do it inside of the editor. It saves a lot of time, and it'll save you guys a lot of trouble with exporting and importing from like Blender to Godot. You can just do it inside of here, so it saves a lot of time. Now, I'm going to jump in right here. This is post-editing, but something that I did not cover in this tutorial or this video was how simple it is to add an animation for your project. So if I come in here and I click on my Mixamo and I add in a new animation, let's just call it test anim, and I can actually come in here to my skeleton. I can click up to my skeleton 3D, give it my initial pose, and I can come in here and click on my bones, and let's just give it a basic starting animation. So let me grab bone pose, and let me, maybe not shoulder, let me grab my left arm, bring that down. I am not an animator, so please don't hate on me too much at least. So let me drag this down, and then let me bend up the forearm, something like this, I guess, I'm not sure. And then let me just go ahead and grab the leg here. Let's bring this up. And then let's go ahead and bring this leg down. You can actually come up here, click on skeleton 3D, and let me actually put my pose in, very specific spot here at the beginning. Let me go to my skeleton 3D, and I can insert all bone poses. And what that means is it literally says, hey, all my bones where they're at, I want a position for that. So let's create it. And you can see how quickly literally says, hey, all my bones where they're at, I want a position for that. So let's create it. And you can see how quickly it pulled all of those bones together.
Wow.
So now I can pull this back to something like 0.5, let's say. And then let me bend this up, and then let me bend this back down, like so. And then let me come over to this shoulder. Let me move it up and move my forearm forward.
This is great.
Something like, I don't know, like this. There, that'll work better, actually. So let me bend it like that, maybe. Maybe she's saluting or something. Although if she's saluting, her shoulder's really far low, so I should probably bring that up, yeah? So let's say she's doing a salute or something, right? I can go ahead and just insert keys for all bones, and then you can see easy enough. So that's how simple it is to go ahead and set in your basic animation here. Now, I just want to show you that, so let's get back to the video.
That's really cool.
The other really interesting section in here is the ability to add in a modifier stack here. Now, that was not previously inside of Godot, so
That does sound interesting. Okay, so that wasn't really clear if I need an animation player or not. I mean, I assume I do need an animation player, but... Alright, let's just make a new animation. I'm going to call this Run 1. And now this is a bit of an issue, right? Because I have this instance here. And now I can't actually... So I need to create the animation within this instance. How's that gonna work? Is it gonna let me do that? I don't know if it's gonna let me do that. Alright, let me make it in there. That's good. So I want to choose... So I guess we need to make a new animation. All right, so let's not make it over here. Let's get rid of this. Come over here. Animation, new, run 1. Select the armature. And now if I come to the main scene, that should be in here, right? It's not. Why not? So I'm not seeing that change come in here, which is concerning. What if I drag another version of that scene in? Will it have the animation player? I'm a little confused. Because this is the instance version of this scene here. But it's not appearing when I make changes over here. The armature is there. Maybe I need to save it. What if I hit save on it? See if that makes it appear. There it is. Okay, there we go. Nice. All right, so I have to save it first in the scene, in the instant scene, and then it will transfer over. Okay, good, good, good. Good. Okay. Now if I select the skeleton and we want to do some kind of run thing, I guess we'd want to set this as like the first pose or whatever. So if I want to save skeleton 3D, insert key. Oh! That crashed Godot. Wow, that crashed the crap out of Godot. I did not expect that. Uh-oh. I wonder why. That was significant. Okay. All right. And is that the thing that they clicked on in the video?
Oh, let's get back to the video. It is to go ahead and just.
So that
so since
isn't
she's
even
doing a
the thing
salute
that
or
they
something,
clicked on anyway.
I can go ahead and just.
But this is an older version of Godot, so maybe that's changed. And that was like a new feature at that time. So it could be that that's changed since then. But okay, good to know. That's risky business. So he had just clicked on skeleton 3D. And then he had insert key of all bone poses. That is not what I'm necessarily getting here. So, I mean, I guess just as an example, Like, I'll just move something. Click it. Now, maybe he's got animation set up in a certain way that makes that pop up.
Animation, so let me grab bone pose, and let me, maybe not.
Oh, he does click on this. Oh. Interesting. So he chooses this edit mode, show buttons on joints. Okay. So that just lets me, I see. So that moves the gizmo to the individual bones.
Shoulder. Let me grab my left arm, bring that down. I am not an animator, so please don't hate on me too much, at least. So let me drag this down, and then let me bend up the forearm, something like this, I guess. I'm not sure. And then let me just go ahead and grab the leg here. Let's bring this up, and then let's go ahead and bring this leg down. You can actually come up here, click on Skeleton 3D, and let me actually put my pose in, very specific spot here at the beginning. Let me go to my Skeleton 3D, and I can insert
Key of bone poses. Insert key of all bone poses. This is what crashed it. I feel like this is the same option, but it crashed it. Yikes. I'm gonna try making some changes. Test fade again. Okay, it didn't crash this time. Create 17 new tracks and insert keys. Okay, cool. So can I just do like default? Starting position. Nice. And then for a run cycle, can just try pushing this in some different ways. I'm definitely not gonna do a great job, but that's okay. I guess usually when you walk, you start with the first foot forward. So let me actually undo all of that. I don't know why it crashed last time. Maybe it's because I wasn't in edit mode. I don't know. Probably not. Maybe it was just a fluke. But good to remember, save before hitting that button. So first foot should go forward. So lifting it up. You know, we don't even have to get this granular with it necessarily. And then insert all the keys. Nice. Let's go. Not bad. Not bad at all. Dude, we're gonna have a type of animation here. Now I gotta get it, implemented in the code and everything, but this is pretty easy. This is pretty easy. So I feel like I shouldn't get this granular with each step. Let me roll it back here. I'm gonna get rid of these keyframes. And just add like the end position. And let me just look up walk cycle stages. Terrible quality. So, I mean, I guess I don't want the first keyframe to be the default. I mean, it's in theory between passing and high, right? So we're kind of starting like right here. So I would think we want to do that high pose first. Let's go then. Make this higher. So it's like bent at the knee, which this is a very strange knee. It is an alien. Not particularly high. It's looking more like a passing or a low, so we really want to get a lot higher here. We want to bring it way up. It's like push it out. The thing is we're kind of stretching it a lot. I feel like that's a mistake. I'm just gonna start over. I feel like I should do more rotation, not stretching. I mean, I do kind of want the character to stretch a bit, but I don't know, this is the time to do it. I mean, we kind of just have these two things. I mean, that's all you gotta do right there. Look at that. Whoops. I didn't mean to do that. That was almost good. All right, pull this up. Bring this down. Looks great. Now I don't... Where'd my options go? Where'd my keyframe options go? Wait a minute. Oh, there they are. Nice. Dude, this is gonna be kind of easy. Sorry about that, internet. I feel like it's dropping really badly right now. I do see we had a buffer about 30 seconds ago. But this is going quite well. Despite the internet. The progress is here. Okay, and then the next one is contact. We kind of want to lift the back leg up a little bit as well. So let me do those two. Select the skeleton. It's like, I guess the back leg is getting ready to start moving back. We want to be on bone edit mode. This is thoroughly doable. I mean, that's going to clip through the ground for sure. So, and you can see that the character gets higher here. So we kind of want to make sure that the character actually lifts all the way up at this part. So I really need to have a sense of like the baseline position. Dude, this is gonna look so funny. I'm pretty excited about this. It's gonna bring it to life a lot. I mean, between these, it doesn't really go that far down. So we do want it to push the character upward a little bit. So maybe like there. It's gonna be janky. Wait, shouldn't the root move everything? I guess not. I'm not really sure how to animate the entire thing moving up. That might be something that I want to do animated elsewhere with like a different keyframe. So I'm just not going to worry about that right now. We can add that in later. All right, so there's that. I'm going to save all those keys. The next one is contact. So I need to make this longer. Let's pull this in a little bit. Oh, we gotta select all of them all the way down. Select all of these, push it back. And then we gotta make this longer. And now we want that contact. So the leg that we just lifted, the heel needs to come down, and the back leg is starting to lift a little more. Okay. No problem. So the right thigh oh, we gotta go into edit mode. The right thigh. Well, we don't necessarily want to rotate it down. We do want to rotate it down. We want it to be at like an angle. And then the foot, we want it to be kicked out like this. And we want that to be on the ground. So a bit lower than that. A little tricky to tell like what the ground is. I might want to stretch it to make this work. This might be an acceptable place to stretch it so it reaches. Maybe. I'm gonna stretch it at the pelvis, I think. The only thing is, I'm gonna want to set that back. I hope I remember. Okay, and then we want to pull the back leg further back. Or more even, the foot is like bent a little more here. The leg itself goes a little bit. All right, insert those keys. See what that looks like. Wow. It's kind of awesome. That's not bad. Cool. Now over here, the left pelvis is sitting at 0.5. By the high, it's sitting at 0.5. Wait, never mind. That's not. I thought that was going to be different. Oh, the right. Wait. I thought we changed. I thought I changed the pelvis position. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it too much. So, next pose. And how will it loop? I don't know. I don't know. We have errors. Okay. So the next phase is contact, but we just flip it. We just straight flip it. That seems aggressive. That's gonna be weird, right? So we literally just flip what's happening on one leg on the other leg. That has to be not. Something is missing, right? Like, wouldn't we want to cycle it? Like, if it's going like from this to this immediately? Is that right? I guess that's right. Here's a bit of a longer one. Contact down, pass position up, contact down, pass. Yeah, so it has to loop again. So when we get to contact, well, what's next? So we're kind of starting here. Going to contact. So then what we do is this one next. So this is saying, so we want down next is the next one, is the low or down is the one we want. Yeah, okay. So get the skeleton. Grab, oh, be in edit mode. For the right, I mean, it's very similar to contact. It's very similar, but the leg bends a little more. The whole body, the body, it's kind of like you're literally bending the knees so you go entirely down. Which, yeah, that's gonna be tough because I need to move the entire body. But I guess we can do that later. All right, so let's move the pelvis up, or I guess I want to move the leg out and bring the foot in so it's flat. And then we would bring the character down at that point, I think is how we would want it. And then we just want to make sure that the back foot is kind of lined up with that by bending it backwards. This is very interesting. We could probably leave the angle of the thigh pretty similar and just pull the foot back. And that would be pretty much good enough. Okay, and then I'm gonna want to say record those keyframes. Oh shit! It crashed. I forgot. We have to save it. We have to save it every time because it's buggy. Dang. That hurts. It happens. It's part of working on computers. It happens. All right. I think we got to redo that animation. It's okay. It'll be faster this time. It'll be better this time. It hurts, but it happens. I'm not used to having crashes like that in Godot. Usually I don't experience that. But this feature seems to have it. Alright, I have to use the loo. I'm going to do that real quick. I wish I could say this will play infinitely, but it won't, because we will hit a little cliff eventually. I guess I could remove that from the folder. I'm going to use the loo. I'm going to be right back. Gonna knock this animation out. Yeah, and let me pull that file out of there. So that way there can be a loop. So this would be something I'd like to also be able to have like debug tools. So I could say, don't spawn this particular terrain block. Don't spawn that particular terrain block, and then run the game. That's something I'd like to set up at some point. I should put that on the hacking plan. So much for using the loo. I'm like, but what about all the work I have to do? Let's add a new thing, and it's going to be debug tool, turn terrain blocks on/off. Is that design? Programming? That's more programming. Show e.g. show block 0 through 4 but not 5. Easy to set up. maybe even on-screen UI. All right. And then we'll do it the slow way. The cliff is 5. The drop down is... I don't know which one. 4? Is it 4? Is it 3? Is it 2? Is it 1? It's not 0. It is 5. Okay. Pull that out. I just cut it and I just paste it somewhere else. And now if I run it, it'll loop. Wait, it's still spawning it. Why? Oh, because I just copied it. I didn't actually cut it. There we go. Now, it'll loop. Well, might as well put something up there on the screen. I'll just be like 20 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. Something like that. Right back. Oh man, I didn't know it wasn't infinite. A, I didn't know my microphone was off just now. B, I didn't realize it wasn't infinite. You know why it wasn't infinite? It's because Godot it replaces the file if the scene is open. So because I had that one that I cut out, because I had it open, it was recreating the file that I cut away. Now, if I had that debug tool, we would have been all right. Oh, it's okay. Okay. Well, let's get back to it, though. So I got to redo the animation because Godot crashed on me. And I have to remember, between every keyframe set, I must hit save. Deeply important. Does it loop, by the way? Can it loop? Would also be a question I have. Godot animation player loop. How to loop animation, Godot animation player. Use animation loop mode. Right. I guess I meant the looping arrows. Ah, that's what I wanted. Okay, cool. I don't mean in code. Okay, good. There we go. So there it loops. Yeah, so we were doing pretty good here. At least we know the process. I just got to remember, save after each set of keyframes. Very important. All right, so we're just going to lay down the starting keyframe positions. No point in saving it here. We haven't done anything. Hit save. Scoot forward a bit. And now we want to do the high position. We're not going to worry about moving the character up and down yet, since I can't do that with the bones. I guess unless I move like a bunch at once. But I don't think I can't get like a keyframe for that. I mean, I can. No, I can't select multiple bones. So we'll do the actual moving of the whole thing up and down, the body. But for now, although, didn't they say there was a way to like lock it in so it doesn't stretch? Okay, hold on. I actually think that's what that video was about to talk about, now that I think about it.
All bone 3D. And here, let's bring this up. And then very specific.
Wait, I should look into that
Just
before we do
Godot.
this.
So if you look here, there is no modifier stack for bones or anything like that. And I'm not really sure if I'm going to be able to show you. Add in a modification, and let's do a look at. And the reason why is because this is the one that I could get to work. And if I click on this one, and I say, okay, I want my... Oh, I think it's crashing on me, actually. Index is too low. Let's see. 1. There we go. If I bring this up to something like head, and I create a node 3D here. I've already created one, but I'll create a new one. So I have a little node 3D here. And I'm not really sure if I'm going to be able to show you the modifier stack 100% because it's been here. There is no modifier stack for modifier stack here. Section in here is the ability. So let's get back to the in a modifier stack here. Section in here is the ability to add in a modifier stack here.
So if I pose enabled rest, show rest only, animate physical bones. That was in skeleton 3D. Modification, show rest only, animate physical bones. So I don't actually have that option. Maybe that's not there anymore. Maybe that doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it used to exist. Did you have to enable it?
Section in here is the ability to add in the other really interesting section in here is the...
So that may be something that doesn't actually exist anymore for some reason. So I'll just keep that in mind. All right, well, never mind. Well, never mind. Motion scale. I don't know. I was wondering if there might be some way to like lock them in so they move together. I'm not going to worry about it. We'll just move it outside. Like we can set a keyframe on the animation player of like the entire, you know, thing moving up and down like this. Right, so I could take this transform and we could keyframe this as its own position, which I guess I could maybe do. I guess I could just do that, huh? Like I could move this, create a new track. Oh, let me just create a new track. All right, so actually we can do this. Okay. We just have to move up a level to the armature. That's probably fine, right? Okay, cool. Good. All right, so actually, let's do it all. So the high position is the first one we want to do because we're starting, I guess, at the like right in between these two. I don't know, I'm just guessing. I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just guessing. So if we say high is the first one, I'm going to take the thigh, the right thigh. Let's start with that. We want to select on a bone by bone situation. I'm going to bring this up pretty much till it's just horizontal. And then I'm going to bend the foot down like that. And that's our high position, at least on that leg. On the other leg, we want it to kind of be slightly bent. And remember, this should be pushing us up higher. And so I want to set it so that that back foot is flat again on the quote-unquote ground. So let's create the keyframes for this. And then I guess I would move the entire armature up like that. So now it's at 0.055. Create a key for that. And so now we've got the armature position here and the foot. So I should also, I forgot to set the baseline. So put this at 0. And create the key for that. Now if we loop it, now we go up high. Nice. Sweet. Save it. Save it. And now the next one is going to be contact. See, I'm glad I figured this out now than later. I'm glad I had to start over. Thanks, Godot. Did I enjoy that moment of fear when it messed up? Hell no. But I do enjoy that now I can do this better. All right, so the next one is contact. Right, so we want to be level and it'd be nice to start from this position if it doesn't mind. So I'm going to go into editing the bones. And I'm going to take the foot and I'm going to make it be at the same, we can actually even revert it back. So put it to 0 rotation. Take the thigh, put it at like an angle till the heel is touching the ground. Okay, so it's not remembering that, unfortunately. So we just have to redo it, I guess. That's fine. So bring this up. I would have liked to start, I don't know why, I guess because I moved to do the other armature thing, it just like didn't remember my last setup. It's not a big deal. Set up like this. Bring this down. Now it doesn't quite reach, right? Because we need to come down more. Considerably more. And so we should set it up like that, not stretch anything out like I was doing last time. So bring this down to like a comfortable level. For the back leg, that one's going to kick back more. I mean, really we want the heel and the toe to be even. which given, I mean, they shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. This is where the foot is the most bent. But the toe shouldn't be touching. The toe should kind of, I mean, the foot, we don't have like an extra bend in the foot here. But you can see on this, on the low, is when it should be dipped down kind of the most. It feels like it's a little too bent. But I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna super worry about it. Okay, so let's create, oh, well, will I lose this if I move here? I guess not. And then pull this down. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Come here. Let's do this first. Save it. And then insert key for all bones. And then, wait, what? Oh, it didn't remember those positions. Wait, what's going on here? Now I'm confused. Why didn't it save the position we were at? Okay, I'm a little confused. Okay, well there it did. Probably because I clicked away and came back. Okay. So I'm still trying to figure out that workflow for getting the, moving the whole armature. We'll get there. We will get there. I'm just trying to get in a good position here. I feel like I should use like this. I feel like I should be doing this. And I should have been doing this. I see that now. Okay. Wow, I should have done this a long time ago. And then I can see I actually needed to bring us up higher on the position here. So I'm going to do that while I'm looking at it this way. Because we want to be on that blue line there. Okay. And then come back to the skeleton. And now change that. Switch to edit mode. Put this up. Make the foot even with it. Bring that to like a comfortable angle. Come to the other leg. Do a few bends and stuff here. I'm actually like adjusting the leg a little bit, the like middle bone. Okay, now insert those keys. Looks good. Save it. And then the position. Oh. I want to bring the position down like that. And key that. Nice. Yes. All right. Good. Hit save. I see. It like resets it when I hit save. And now I want to do low, but for this leg. I really wish it would remember the last position I was at. I guess I could, I don't know. What if I turn off loop and I hit play? Nice. That'll work. And then it drags it out. So I think by looping it, it starts trying to connect it to the next keyframe. And that's why we were losing that position. So we want to say for now, no looping. What was that other setting? So there's like the loop setting here, and then there's loop on. Animation looping. I don't understand what these different settings are. That's okay. All right, hit play. Stop here. Okay, and now we want to go for that low position. So get to the skeleton, edit the bones. I'm gonna hit save again. We're saving constantly here. Right leg. Oh, it lost the position because I switched. Okay, that's all right. Got the position back. And now what I want is this to be bent at the knee. Until that foot is flat. So kind of like that. And then we'll have to move the whole thing all the way down. The back leg is like up on its tippy toe until it's even with that. I apologize for that video buffering. If you're watching this after the live stream, you don't know any of that. It's just skipped. It'll just skip it. I kind of don't necessarily want to do it that way. I kind of want to reset the leg rotation. That was like the middle one. I don't want to worry too much about it. Get the foot so it's like pointing up. Maybe kind of like that. Save those positions. Go to the armature. Push it down. Keyframe that. Save it. Loop it. Give it a look. Alright. Kind of dragged it a little long. I mean, they're not even intervals here. Can I adjust it while it's playing? Yes, I can. Nice. It's a little weird. Alright. That's alright. Next phase is passing. So now I want this right foot to be straight. Basically normal. If I look at it normal, its x rotation is negative 0.5, its y is negative 0.5, its z is negative 0.5. I don't know. I'm just gonna copy the values here, unloop it, and then for the next step, I'm just gonna paste it all on. This was for the foot. Oh, but we want to add default position. Oh, maybe that is. I see. So come back here, grab the leg, copy the rotation, move back. Oh, but right. So we have to actually, so I'm going to have to do these one by one, I guess. Or I get all the values. It's a little tricky. I mean, I could also copy all these keyframes. Might be easier. So if we do right pelvis, all the right leg stuff. If I copy that and I paste it, that did not do what I want. Duplicate keys. Oh, there we go. So copying and pasting, not what we wanted. Duplicating it did what I wanted. Now it goes back to the default spot. Beautiful. Good. So we're kind of doing this passing here. And then the back leg needs to be angled. The knee needs to be angled forward. And the foot still pointed. So let's do that. Come to the skeleton. Knee is angled forward. Oh, we want to edit the individual bones. It's not giving me all the options. There it goes. I don't know why that doesn't do that right away every time. But okay. So we want this one to be angled forward a bit. Oh, really just bring that forward. That's pretty much it. I guess we want the foot to be a little more upright. Let's bring that foot back. Could do this a few different ways. And then the most important thing is that it is on the same level as the other leg's foot. Which is proving a little tricky to do with just rotation. Not exactly sure how I'm supposed to pull that off. Well, I mean, it looks like it actually, the flat one is lower, which is like the opposite of what we have. So maybe I need to bend this a lot more. How is that supposed to work? I'm like not sure. I could stretch it. I kind of wanted to avoid stretching. So maybe it will just not have it be directly up and down. And that be okay. Oh, that kind of works, actually. So maybe just like that. I don't know. That might be kind of strange. And then let's insert the keys. Save it. Let's bump up the whole armature until it's on the ground. Foot's on the ground. Keyframe that position. And let's see what it's like. Whoa. I'm a little confused. I feel like that's in part. It's like it's. I see. It's because we don't have the next step. I think it's maybe not bad. Although the foot is going under the ground there. Oh, because we have to still keyframe that. Alright, I think we're okay for right now. Oh, actually, it goes under the ground between these two. So we kind of need to fix it. See how the back foot is going underground? That's not good. Your internet's not working for like 20 minutes. What you figure out? Well, I figured out how to do animations in Godot, and it's going well. I figured out how to get the character to be in the scene without causing problems. So I'd say we're doing pretty good. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to do a proper walk cycle. I'm about halfway through this walk cycle. I think the mistake I made was animating the like leg portion or something. And you know what might help for now, just to like analyze a little clearer what's happening? So yeah, it's going really well. It's going excellently, actually. Whoops, that was a mistake. We want to duplicate them here. And I don't want it to loop. Oh, will this ping pong it? Maybe that'll ping pong it. Nice. When you set the keyframe, you got to make sure you have every bone highlighted before you click the keyframe. So this isn't Blender. This is Godot. I'm animating it in Godot. And it works a little differently than that. It actually has a way to just set all the bones and give them their own keyframe. Yeah, thank you though. Thank you. No, I want to try to do it in Godot. I just feel like since we're making the game in Godot and Godot has the ability to do this, might as well just keep it in-house. So I've done one half of this walk animation. It's not bad. We do have the foot going underground in this last part here, and I need to fix that. So in between here, goes underground. I feel like that's the leg here. So I'm gonna come to the skeleton. I'm gonna edit this. Edit those bones. I want to select the leg left here. So maybe if I just pull this back. Yeah, the leg raised a little. So wait, I was doing it the frame after. Maybe I shouldn't be doing that. That's what usually makes a foot go underground. Oh. I was thinking the frame after, but you've done this before, so you're probably right. Well, let me try it though, and then find out that you were right. If I put this key here, what happens? Yeah, that didn't fix it. You could add more frames, then it would be better, but it's trying to smooth your motion. Oh, I see. Right. That makes sense. Alright, let me try to... And you said to raise... The frame before needs to have the leg raised. Okay. So I'm going to select the skeleton, edit the bones specifically. Let's do the left leg here. Raise it. And I do kind of want it to be touching the ground at that point. Replace the key. I might just redo it. Or your character may need to actually go up when the step is taken. Right, well, and the character does go up at that point. Your character bounces a little and moves. Yeah, for sure. So it is going up. But it should be at like the same level. Yeah, maybe it needs to go up more. I think you're right. I think I need to put it up more. Well, it's just not going up soon enough. That's the problem. It's not going up soon enough. That's what's wrong. So let me add in another keyframe here where it goes up higher. I think that's the problem. And I'm going to actually undo moving that back leg up. Let me put this in between. Go to the armature. Yeah, I think that's what I need to do. Is bump it up more. It is going up, but I think it wasn't going up soon enough. I was having it go up at the same point that that cycle point ends, and it needs to be sooner. Frame F needs to be high because a step them off the ground. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I just found out. That's news to me, but it makes sense. All right, so let's drop that new position in there. See how that plays. Let's see how that plays. Much better. Much better. Let's go. Thanks, Storm Run. So this is one half of the walk. And then we got to do the other half. Okay, let's go. Some of my animations go in the ground a little. It's hardly noticeable, like you're walking in sand. Fair point, fair point. That can be okay. So I'm at the passing position, different legs than this drawing. So that means we need to now go high with the other leg. So I'm going to get rid of all these keyframes because these are just a duplicate of the last ones. Turn off loop. Push this forward. Behind leg is straight down and the front leg is 90. Okay. It's harder for me to like hear that in text. Yeah. Yeah, I just need to look at it. I don't know, like, I have to, like, interpret what you're saying. I'm sure you're saying the right thing. I guess I'm picturing it in my mind more than, like, holding on to the words. But that sounds like what I'm doing, yeah. Sounds right. Sounds correct. So, you know, I'm just using this reference image. So, I want to say that the back leg is going to go up higher. We want to get on skeleton until all those options appear. There they are. Edit bone. And the left leg we're going to now lift way up. Bring the foot with it. I mean, this leg is built a little different, so this is gonna be kind of odd. I might want to bend it here, like that. That's gonna make more sense. Pull this up, and then bend this down. Like you said, 90 degrees. So something like this. Okay. That's that leg. The other leg will come back just a little bit. Like it's starting to take a step. And this will help define how much higher the character needs to be pushed up. Okay, I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna... Oh, that reset the positions! Damn you! Oh, dang it. Alright, that's alright. No, it reset the positions! It's been crashing a lot. It's been crashing a lot if I don't save it, but I guess that was the wrong time to save it. I don't want to learn Blender animations. I'm going to be real. I don't want to learn it. I want to do it in Godot, because if I want to make changes to it, I want to learn Godot. I would rather do it all in Godot than do it in Blender. That's just me. You almost got it. And it's pretty cool you can do it in Engine. Yeah. If I can do it here, I'm going to do it here. You know, I feel like the more I do in the engine, the more compatible it'll be with itself. And I would just rather keep it that way. That's just me. I bet it is good in Blender, though. And you would know more what I was doing. But I want to know Godot. Alright, we got to redo this. For example, knowing not to save it while I'm in the middle of posing it. Okay. I think it's a relatively new feature in the grand scheme of the engine. This view is killing me. I'm gonna have to... Oh, we can just drag it. Awesome. Let's go. Okay, and then pull this in. Looks pretty good to me. We animating now. Yes, iconic. Yes, we sure are. In Godot, no less. Got the bones in. Works pretty darn good. It's been a little crashy. I gotta be careful. But It definitely is working. And now I just gotta code it in after we do that. Yeah. I honestly, I thought I'd be pulling something from Mixamo. Like, I'm very surprised at how well this is going right now. This is a little easier than Blender. In Blender, you have to press X, Y, or Z after rotating, or your legs will be all over the place. Oh yeah, that is a Blender thing. Nice. Love to hear it. Knowing that I'm taking the easier route, that's a good thing. That's a W. The back leg, or the front leg in this case, needs to be bent a little. And then this will define how much higher we push up, depending on how below the blue line this foot is. That should be kind of like that. Did you end up with a single armature? Oh, yeah. Yes. Yes. I don't think I have Blender open. Oh, I do have Blender open. Yeah, absolutely. So I have one armature. Stormrun saved me. Stormrun. Do we have Stormrun credited for animation? I don't think so. Or like rigging. Like, you straight up helped me rig this. I know it was also YouTube, so we should also credit YouTube for that. So that was... Who was it? I know you got the name memorized. Polyflow? I gotta take this note down. Stormrun, where are you on here? You not on here yet? Stormrun's not on here yet? Oh shoot. I guess I did start this pretty recently. Alright. Today's the day. Stormrun game. Oh, you are on there. CC? What is that? Some kind of consultant. Content consultant? Code consultant. I think it's code consultant. This is something that I would do in the hack and plan, is I would set all this up in a nice way. I'll do more of the hack and plan stuff off stream because it's kind of boring. Oh yeah, it's coding. It is code consultant. Yeah, I see now. I couldn't find it. I see it's up there with Dissident's name. Okay, code consultant. And then we're gonna add on here rig character rigging and consult. And what was it again? I forgot already. Sprite flow? Polyflow. That was close. You're just tech support. You can find the answer to any problem most of the time. Fair! That's actually a pretty good tech support. You got it. Enjoy. Tech support, code consultant, character rigging console, and then we'll add Polyflow, YouTube tutorial, armature rigging. All right. There's so many credits that I have forgotten, like videos that I've looked at and gotten bits here and there from. I don't even know if it's right to say, because I didn't put Polyflow's like code in here. I don't know if it's right to totally credit that person. It might be. But like the other YouTuber that I referenced, Explore Gamedev, like I literally copied and pasted their code. Like directly. I feel like this is Stormrun's credit. Like, you knew how to find the answer. You knew how to find the answer. Alright. Credits updated. So yeah, Stormrun helped me get that rig set up. And it is one armature collection. And then I just had to like, what did I do? I should recap this. This would be a good thing to recap. I selected everything in object mode, selected everything, and then I shift selected, which I can't do it now because we've already done it, but then I shift selected the armature. I don't know if I can still do it. Oh, maybe if I click on over here? No. So it's already mixed up together. But basically I did that, and then I right-clicked it, or no, Control P, and I can't do it again. We did some kind of waiting. I don't know. You have to rewind. But it worked, and it just like attached it all together. And look, it's not in a T-pose. Paired it to the armature. Yeah, yeah. Like weight, like with a weight of a such. Control P is parent. Yes. And then there was like a certain option that we chose. Actually, we should just look at the video here.
But I was gonna do Shift Z anyways. What I did, and then click while we're still in edit mode. Hit symmetrize. Boom. Look at this. Click on right here. Boom.
That's it,
Click
right
onto
there.
The armature. Control P or Command P.
Control P.
And we set the parent
Armature
to
deform with automatic weights was the thing. Oh, that didn't zoom in pretty. Then mirror to left. Right. Yeah, we also did symmetrize. So I didn't have to do the other side. Although I did have to a little bit, but not much. So this was the option specifically with automatic weights. Now it's not in T-pose. It stayed in the forward position, but it doesn't matter. I don't think I need, since I'm not importing an animation, I don't think I really need the T-pose. So we're kind of good chilling without T-pose. That was a whole track I didn't need to go down. But I did end up, and it was so much easier. I did end up putting it in T-pose, and it was so much easier with the armature in there. Oh my gosh. Like whatever the hell I was trying to do with Womp, whatever I was trying to do with cutting, oh my gosh, it was terrible. This just, you know, it did leave some crease here because we do have them separated, but I mean, we don't see the front of the character at this point. Anyway, that's something I can fix some other time, and it animates great and it looks great, so I'm happy. Yeah, super cool stuff. So it ended up working out really well. And then now in Godot, all I did was save over the other file. It broke a couple things, but nothing I couldn't easily just reassign and move around a little bit. And yeah, now we're off to the races animating. And it works beautifully. Now, sometimes when I insert, so you have this option to like insert all the bones as keyframes. Sometimes when I click on it, Godot just crashes. So I have to like make sure I save. I can't save yet, or it's going to reset these positions. But sometimes I have to save before I click that, or I'll lose some progress. But other than that, it's been really nice in Godot. I think this feature is a little goofy, but it works well. It just sometimes is buggy. It's not like the feature is badly implemented. It's just, I mean, it just has some problems. At least for me. So I'm going to, I think we did this. Oh, yeah, we're done. So I'm going to hit this insert key, all bones. So now it creates a row of keyframes or a column of keyframes. And then I'm going to animate the armature going up. And animate that as a separate keyframe here. And I might need to push this back a little bit. Later on, you may be able to move those limbs in edit mode to go inside the torso. Then you won't see the cut. Oh yeah, that's what I'm planning on. Yeah, something like that. All your animation should still work because it has the same bone structure. Right, right. Wait, what? Uh-oh. You have to do the same for the other legs. You got to imagine the picture you're looking at is flipped, because right now he will only run halfway. Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I know. I'm only halfway. I've only gotten halfway through. I still have halfway more to do. No, we all right. We all right. We all right. Okay, so let's play it so far. We're just about to start the second half of movement. See? So we've got right leg going up and down, left leg going up, and then we just got to bring it back down. Doop. I thought you were done with this animation. No, 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 no. Halfway. We're getting there. It's not bad. It's not bad. It looks pretty good. Like, this is gonna... I know. Like, I'm, like, kind of mind blown. Like, this is going... This is exceeding my expectations so much. How are we doing on time on this video? Almost at 6 hours. Okay. All right. It's good to know. That's good to know. Okay. So, next step. Save. Save the crap out of it. And then go back to my reference picture. So we're at high for the back leg. This is only half too. And so I'm kind of having to apply it to both legs. So next is contact. So I want to turn off loop. Oh, we need to extend this a little bit. If you move your arm slightly every other frame, it will give it a little animation back and forth. Oh, you mean like doing this? Yeah, right? I was thinking I was gonna do that later. I was like, let's just do the legs. I'm lazy. But yeah, that you actually make that sound very easy. Like maybe that wouldn't be that hard. The thing is I still haven't figured out how to implement in code, although I'm pretty sure it's very simple. Like I could probably just connect signals. I think it's gonna be really easy. But yeah. Right, it doesn't have to be like, you know, exactly in all these positions. It's really the feet that matter the most. I think that's kind of what you're saying. All right, let's do the next step. The contact. And I'm probably going to have to adjust some of these timings and stuff. It'll be interesting him running. Yeah, exactly. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Really didn't expect this much progress. I set my standards very low, and then I'm always impressed. Okay, so I gotta select the skeleton 3D. See, now right now, this is kind of what I mean by it's a little buggy, and I mean maybe, and it's okay. It's not a bad bug. But like right now, up here, there should be more options available here. Options that I need. But they're not there right now. Now if I click away and I click back, now they're there. So just some like weird things like that. And then sometimes when I click this button, which inserts a keyframe for all of the current bones, sometimes it crashes. Okay, so we click on that. We want to make sure we click on edit mode so we can have a transform gizmo for each bone. And then we're bringing the high leg down so the heel is pointing the foot up like that. Godot should have it. In UE, you can speed up the animations to match the running speed. So even if it's slow in the animation, you can set the speed higher or lower. Oh yeah, Godot probably has it, yeah. Yeah, I figure we can figure that out later. Fast walking still wouldn't look good as a separate running animation. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm doing. Like, I guess I'm doing a walk. Like, this is a walk cycle. Like, I'm probably gonna just speed it up and realize exactly that and need to fix it. But I will be happy with it just being what it is for now. But yeah, I should probably make a separate animation for a run cycle. I wonder, just out of curiosity, run cycle animation steps. I'm sure it looks, oh, it's so much different. Oh, it's so much different. This is a walk. Running has the character leaning forward a little. Yeah, it is a lot different. I see that now. I see that now. All right. Good enough for testing. Yeah. Oh, you know, we'll fix it someday. I can only do so much in one sitting. This is great progress. And for that, I'm very excited. But yeah, we should definitely do a better run. Noted. The airtime as well. Oh. Oh, wow. There is an entire airtime. Okay, that's pretty cool. Humans are cool. So I'll add that to the hacking plan. Let's add it to the hacking plan. Where's my hacking plan? There's my hacking plan. So actually, I'm calling this isn't really base run animation. This is actually walk animation. This is what we're setting up here. And then I add a new one, and then we'll say run animation. So that'll be a planned thing. Going into the planned, this is gonna blow up very quickly. You did the same thing with your first animations. The walk did look a little weird as a run, but hey, it's an alien. Right, right. I mean, lest we forget, this is my reference drawing for how it's supposed to look. It may be a spaghetti leg alien that wobbles like a penguin. Yeah. Oh, dude, and it's gonna already look wrong. Like, it's already gonna be super weird. Like, we're looking at it from the side, but from behind, I bet it's gonna look super strange. Because the legs are all, like, gnarled, which is fine, but, you know, the gnarling was supposed to represent the goopiness of the legs. This run cycle, by the way, was me absolutely not following a chart like I am this time. This was me just piddling around. But, you know, I think it captures like the silliness that I'm open to. It's funny. It's, you know, it's supposed to be a little silly too. So I'm okay with it being a little silly. But there's a fine line between silly and janky. You know? Like, if it feels awkward and not intentional, then it's a problem. All right, so we want the contact phase. Right leg. That's the wrong one. Left leg is the one. So this is kind of like a comfortable angle here. And then we want to bring the character down until they're touching the ground again. For some reason, that reminded me of Cookie Monster getting up and running after a cookie. That's so funny. But dude, I mean, if you think about it, right, that's a puppet. So it probably does have... Is that a real thing that has ever happened, that they showed, like, Cookie Monster's legs? Now I gotta see this. What is the internet? I don't know what I'm clicking on. Okay.
More leaf coming
To
right
Sesame
up.
Street. Where's his legs? I'm just imagining the puppeteer, like, squatting and just like... Has that ever been a thing? That's a cat. It's probably not a real thing. they would never show Puppet's legs. And if they did, it would ruin everything. Well, it was fun to imagine. I can see why you would think that, though. I can see why you would think that. Okay, so then the back leg, which means you can make it. Let's do it. Let's make a Cookie Monster meme. Well, maybe. My reference drawing is lost. Here we go. Oh, so it's like bent a little bit. Kind of the most that it would be before it's about to take a step. The foot more so than the whole leg. And we need it to be on the same level as the other one. It's gonna be a little tricky. I kind of need to, yeah, like this. Kind of pull it forward? No. Yeah. It's a little too... It needs to be supporting the body. It has to be going back more. You can have this walk animation as the idle. Then if they press forward, the run animation starts. Exactly, and they go faster. Yep, that's it. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. That like this is technically the idle. The idle in a runner game is running. Well, in this case, it's walking. But I might also speed up the walk. I don't know. All right, that's workable. We can always change it. I'm going to drop the keyframes. Oh no, it's crashing! There it goes, see? I hope I saved it. I don't know what that is. I don't know why that happens. But sometimes when I click that, Godot crashes. That is the like 4th time that's happened. It's like the 4th time. Like I anticipate it now. It doesn't autosave, but that's why I've been, I don't know if it can, but maybe I should set that up. But I actually don't really want autosave. Sometimes I might save something I don't want to save. It's quite alright. Because... Wait, it didn't save any of the keyframes. Oh no! Wait, what? But I've been pressing Control S. I've been pressing Control S so many times. You're in reset animation. Check if there's another track. Ah! Oh man. Woo! Almost F. Almost F. Dissident, I accept the and appreciate your condolence. But luckily, we're okay. Oh man. So glad they hit it instead of deleted it. I know, like at the same time, like you just trolled me so hard, Godot. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oof. I know I was playing it cool, but like, man, I was so happy when it turned out it wasn't gone. Okay. I knew I've been hitting Control S. I was like, does Control S not mean what I thought it means? Whew. Yeah, for real. Thank you, Psychonic. Dude, if Psychonic hadn't said that, like, would I have just started animating on the reset track? Dude, huge good save. Massive good save. Oh my gosh. Like, if I was doing this by myself, forget about it. Forget about it. Blender does that to you sometimes, but fixing it isn't that easy. Another point for Godot, except for the crashing thing. The crashing thing is minus a point. Okay, so we have up until that high, and then we just have to do the next one again. No problem. Okay. So, we want to select edit the bones right up here, so we get a gizmo on there. This one, we'll bring it down, get it to a comfortable angle. A straight angle here. For a contact position. If you want, you can copy the entire animation you have so far. Why? In case something else happens? To do the opposite with the left. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh yeah, I wonder if I could do that. A, good idea. B, these legs are really different. Also, just as a reminder, like these legs have very different shapes. So I'm not entirely sure how well that would work. B, I don't know. C, I guess I'm on C now. Maybe I should. Maybe I should try that. I don't know if I can. I don't exactly know if I can. Because there's a duplicate option. And when I've done it, it duplicates the same, you've already got a process. Yeah. It's got like, it like puts it on the same track. It doesn't like let me change it to different tracks. But let's keep it in mind. Let's keep it in mind. I do have a process. That's true. I should stick to it. And then maybe for next time, look into that. It's good for learning, and you kind of got to know where the legs belong. Yeah. Okay, and now the other leg is bent as if it's about to start walking. We're on contact right here. It's like at its most bent before it takes that next step. Don't forget he goes up and down. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because see how it's above the blue line? That's the last step in this whole thing. All right, so we've got those. Press the button. Keyframes got made. No crash. So now, once I do that, then I come and I click on armature over here. And now I set the position over on this side. So I bring it down so it's on that blue line over here, approximately. And then I click the keyframe right here. So we create a key. I might need to move that a little bit, but let's see what it looks like. Yeah, so if it goes through a little bit, it's easier to line up than Blender for sure. I just have to guess if I'm right. Nice. Take that, Blender. Just kidding, I love you, Blender. So I think we need to adjust a little bit here. It's a little hard to tell. I'm gonna copy. It's hard to tell because since it's looping it, let's have it go ping pong. Okay, this is actually fine. This is actually good. Nice, this is great. Looks good. Does the first keyframe have the legs in standing position? I think these need to go for the... Yeah, you know, Psychonic? So I wasn't sure. So standing position is the first one. And I feel like that makes sense, but I wondered if I could get away with having standing as the first position and just like loop it that way. Will that work? So basically what I did was well, that's what I'm hoping for, that it's okay to start anywhere. The first keyframe should also be the last. Right. So imagine I started like in between passing and high. That's kind of the way I'm imagining it. So like this is the first keyframe, and then we go to high, and then we loop back around at high, or in between. That's kind of what I'm imagining. Only because I don't feel like thinking about blending the stand into the run. Instead, I'll just start the run from the stand. But maybe that's like a bad idea. I don't know. But I guess at worst, I just have to rearrange things and then figure out how to blend it. It might just blend it. It might just do it. You know, Godot just might be like, oh yeah, I know about blending your existing position into a new one. Looks like one more frame and it's done. Yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, we're almost there. It'll look very wonky because naturally your legs don't match up like that while walking. Yeah, I was worried about that. I was kind of worried about that being true. Okay. I mean, if that seems obviously the case, then yeah, we'll fix it. Heard. I push forward anyway, and we make that change as it reveals itself to be necessary. I kind of want to see the wonky. Me too. I want to see the wonky alien run. All right, so then we're on contact, and the next one is we need low. We got to go down. I think we need a couple more. I think it would be cute if it's kind of goofy. Yeah, because the alien doesn't really know. It's not used to this type of environment, this type of body. Because the alien's natural state is not having legs or arms at all. This is very important. But like I said earlier, there's a fine line between wonky and silly. Like intentional silly and like, you didn't mean that. That's a mistake. Don't lie. There was this, I've been playing a lot of Fallout 4 lately. This is a bit tangential. I've been playing a lot of Fallout 4 lately. And I don't like how like gross so many things are. I feel like Bethesda overdoes it with how dirty the wasteland is. And so I look for like a new like replacements of meshes in the game so it looks less disgusting everywhere. And so the one that I found for the oven didn't really fix it. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. A stove. Maybe we say stove. Here. So this person, they didn't clean it up. So people make a lot of mods for Bethesda games. It's like a thing. And so so this is how it was in Fallout originally. So this is how it looks. And to me, it just looks like, oh, it's just bent. It's just a bent-in, dented oven, right? And so this is the model as it is in Bethesda's game. So this person was like, no, that is not intentional. That is unintentional. That is like some kind of triangle mesh problem. And so they fixed it so it doesn't have that bend in it that apparently it's not supposed to have in it. And maybe I'm wrong, maybe Bethesda did mean this, but it doesn't make sense. Because if you look at this, like, why would this whole part be blended in? It's like the oven melted into itself, which like doesn't make any sense. So, you know, there's like things that, and this is so tangential, and I just wanted to talk about Fallout. But there's things that like people are gonna notice are, you didn't actually mean to do that on purpose. And look, we're not Bethesda. It's not a big game. This is such a minor thing. Who's gonna notice? Who cares? Original mesh doesn't make any sense. Right. Right. And, you know, it kind of works. You know, for the most part, you don't even notice it in the game. So this is not a great example. But it reminds me of that, where some mistakes can pass. But maybe, like, if the walk looks a little too weird, it's going to be like, you just made a bad walk. You just did a bad walk. Not like, oh, this is a cute alien that looks different. Dissident says, it doesn't make sense when you build things yourself from scratch and it comes out looking like you dragged it in from the wasteland. I know. Dude, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh. I hadn't even thought about it like that. Because to me, it's what's silly is that, so it's been what, 150 years since the bomb dropped? 200 years? You had almost 200 years to, like, I don't know, clean up, like sweep some trash, move a skeleton like that's in the corner of your house. You couldn't just like move it. It's just still there after 200 years. Like, this doesn't make sense. So it kind of bothers me how much of that is in that game. I love the game, but doesn't make a lot of sense. Anyway, total tangent. Let's finish this walk cycle. So we're at the contact phase, which means we now want to go low. I want to drop down. Okay, I think we're going to need to do a couple more frames. All right, I can do this. Click on the skeleton, click on edit, go to the, so we want to go down on the left side, right? The contact side. I'm a little confused. I need to look. Yeah, because we went down on the right side last time. Now we need to go down on the left side. So left leg needs to go up. Bend the foot. I'm going to bend it a little more at the knee here, so it's kind of flat. So we're doing this low. And then the back foot is on its toe, bending forward. That's so true, Dissident. Why would a new thing that you build be dirty? That is, I can't even believe I haven't thought of that. It's so ridiculous. He looks like a zombie with those arms out. He does. It is giving zombie. It is giving zombie. That's true. Ideally, the arms would be like kind of doing, like maybe even like just like, you know, like lifeless. Because I don't know that the alien would necessarily, like maybe it would like be like a pendulum and move a little bit. But I don't know that the alien would necessarily have good running form. Like just kind of be doing one of these. But I wanted them outstretched to just like kind of illustrate the idea that they need to like do that. Dude, arm animation, it's coming. We're so close. We've got the armatures in there. Like we can do like, dude, the sky's the limit. I'm very excited for the future of animating this stuff. Inflatable car dealership, man. Kind of does look like that. I love that. Now I want that to be an Easter egg in the game, where there is that, just an inflatable car dealership in there. A little arm bounce would be okay. Like he really wants to meet. That's true. He'll do whatever it takes. Whatever, even if he has to learn proper form. Yeah, you're right. We have a lot of room to experiment now that we've got the armatures in here. I can't wait. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. Keep on the animation track. Tiptoe, right. So, and then it's kind of like bent. Oh, it's very bent. It's like almost straight up and down. Wait, I don't like what I've been doing here. Let me try this again. Let's bend that in. Bring the foot back. Okay, so we do have to pull it because we want these to be on the same level. Whoops. Like each foot. I guess it was fine the way it was. That's pretty okay, right? Oh, it went okay. It didn't crash. I do see that the internet is wavering. I apologize, as always. I know that was 30 seconds ago that it buffered, but I apologize. Okay. Save it now. See, it resets it. It's so annoying. And then I'm going to go to armature here. Move its position down. Add a keyframe. Not there, not there. Right here. And let's see where we're at. Nice. Nice. Looks good. Okay, and then next is passing. And then we'll almost be at the reset point. Where, yes, it's probably going to look a little wonk. So for the passing, I want the left leg. It's a little confusing. How do we do the last passing? The last passing was right here. So here, the right leg was straight. Now we want the left leg to be more like this drawing is. You want the left leg to be straight and the right leg to be bent at this angle. Okay, got it. All right, select skeleton, have these options, edit the bones. Left leg is straight. So, oh, and then what I did was I just grabbed it from the standing position. So the standing one, this is thigh left. If I guess I want to duplicate this one. I guess. Thigh left. Oh, we have to do more than that. We should probably do like pelvis. Just do them all. So we'll do the whole left leg, the foot, all of that stuff. Come over here. Right, or yeah, duplicate it. There we go. So there it's at its default position. And then the right leg, or the other leg, needs to be pretty much where it is, just lower and angled like forward a bit. So back to the skeleton bones. This is for the right leg. We want it almost pushing forward like that. Bend it. Get the foot on its tip. Looks good enough to me. And then I think this one was the one I had to animate a little sooner. Let's hit all the keyframes. No crash. Love to see it. I'm going to go to armature. Push the character up till it's about flat. Is it first the same as last? So far it is not. But I will say, I think Godot will kind of auto blend it in together. I've noticed it does that when I didn't want it to. So it better do it when I want it to. Copy and paste it first to last. I think it might do it on its own, if you can believe it. So this one is going to sink in the ground a bit. And so to fix that, I'm just going to duplicate this one there. Oh, that wasn't smooth. Okay. I guess I could just move it. I could just move it. That's better. A little bit. It's a little sudden. It's like not really blending it very well. I'm not sure why. And it keeps like skipping. There's like a snap going on here. I like can't like drag it. How do I set interpolation? It seems like there's hidden keyframes. Hidden keyframes? I don't want to believe that. Oh, it's okay. I think trying to play it by dragging it was causing an issue. But it is kind of still sinking into the ground. I think I might need to push it up higher. What if I bring this right here? See, it just goes up a little too fast there. For my taste. It's a little different on here. In Blender, you don't have everything selected. It will have a keyframe for each bone. We do have a keyframe for every bone. Maybe I just need to pull it up higher. But see, it looks fine until it doesn't. I'm just gonna do like, let's just make one. I'm just gonna pull it up. Oh, but then the legs aren't in the right. There's something kind of weird going on here. And I'm not exactly sure what it is. Keyframe that position. It's just like, it's jumping so much. It's laid out nicely on here. In Blender, you have to select the bone, then the timeline for that object comes up. In this case, you see they're all in the same line, at the same time. Yeah. Real time helps find the bug. Yeah. I guess it's fine. You have it bouncing back and forth? Yeah, it's ping-ponging right now. I guess I should loop it. Let me loop it. Yeah, I should make a loop. I was doing a ping pong because it wasn't finished, but now that it is finished, we should look at it. All right, let's loop it. Here we go, loop time. A moment of truth. Okay. Let me shorten its length. That'll help. Let's say 2.8, or maybe that's too little. 2.9? 2.8. Because see, this little difference right here is where it's doing the blend to the first one. 2.85. The first keyframe needs the back leg raised a bit. Oops, I didn't mean to play. I didn't mean to press play. That was an accident. Okay. It is a little... It doesn't blend it that well. The back leg raised a bit. Yeah, there is kind of a wonk going on there. So then if I just, what if I just remove the first, if I just get rid of the first one? Oh, oh, I did the wrong thing. All right. I did Control K or Control X. We cannot cut it. So we kind of got to commit deleting it and then undoing it if it's not right. So I guess that's the right, yeah, it looks too wonky. So I'm going to delete this entire bit here. And then just push them all over. What was that like? Nice! Oh, hell yeah! Look at that. You know, there's some timing throughout that could use a little help. That bounce at the end is weird, but like it loops. That ish loops. Now, getting the character to go into this from where it is, I don't know. Looks good. Then you can do that animation scale thing to make it faster. Right. I feel like in general, it needs more super noise. It needs more... What's the second line? Blue dot? It's off. Oh, it is. I don't know. That's an accident, is what that is. I believe that's what we call an accident. It's not something that changes anyway, but yeah, we should fix it. I feel like it's a little slow on that first step. Well, I still have to code it in, Stormer. Unfortunately. I still have to tell Godot to actually play it. That first step is a little long. Or you can make the nodes closer in this. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do at least. Well, kind of. Because this is a little too slow. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. At least. And then some. Looks like I forgot to move all the position nodes, which is not good. It's a little awkward to select all these. My nodes in Blender are like 5 to 10 frames apart. Okay. Yeah, this has got an interesting numbering system. I'm not sure what to think about it. And there's a lot of snapping going on that I didn't necessarily volunteer to experience. And we also need to shorten it overall. So if I just make it tight at 1.4, that's not going to loop right. Right, so we have to give it some space. There we go. To pull it together. That slow keyframe can be a half step between the other two. It's weird because, like, I mean, maybe there's some way to adjust it more carefully. They don't have to be the same distance apart. Right, right. Yeah, it kind of looks all right. Just kind of feeling it out, just like guessing. I did go through like 10 walk animations before I got one I liked well, but for testing, I think you got it. Yeah, it's not bad. Alright, so let's be happy with this for now. Changes could ever come. I'm gonna save it. Now I gotta figure out how to apply it. Now, it's not necessarily gonna stop and start. I'd kind of like just to have it go as soon as we start. Now, this is sitting in this node down here, animation player. So I'm going to need to connect it. Animation player, changed, finished, list, animation start head. Nope, don't know how to do it. Gotta look it up. I gotta look it up. How to play and loop an animation in Godot. Probably pretty simple. Animation player. Video. I guess I gotta look at the documentation. That's always helpful. Autoplay. That would be nice. Then we could code it more tomorrow. Should be a check mark? Or maybe it was too easy. Yeah, right? Yeah, maybe there's an autoplay. Playback options. Process mode, idle. Physics manual. No, this doesn't have anything. It says name the animation with loop at the end. Right, yeah, we might just be able to say do the thing. Yeah, that might work. Tech support. I see you. So would I want that like in a ready function? There's a minimum looping animation looping icon enter. Yeah, I knew where that one was. I did find that. I think we have to name it. We have to like specify which animation is the one. Yeah. So that's right here. We were using that to loop it earlier. All right. I'll watch the video. It's so close I can taste it.
Hello everybody and welcome back to a brand new Godot tutorial. In today's tutorial I'm going to be
This is
going over
DevWorm.
animation player and basically how to use it. So let me show you what we have going on right now. So first we enter and we have 0 animation. As you can see, our tank looks pretty bad just because there is no animation in it. But we are going to change that and make it look like it is kind of shaking, as is a tank would if it was running. Maybe not a tank, but you get the point. It's going to kind of shake, so we can have a little shaking as an animation. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to go and we want to add to my tank. So because I am using a tank, but you can use whatever you want. I'm going to add an animation player, and it's going to be like this, like pink railroad kind of thing. It looks like a film sheet, I guess you can call it. So once you do add a animation player, you can click on the animation player, and then you can, over here you have animation. I'm just going to go into the tank script. Where can we put this? Yeah. If being used. Okay, so if the tank is being used, which means the player is in the tank, then I want this animation to play. So I'm going to play it all times that the player is in. So first we want to get the animation player, which do money sign, type in animation player, and then we want to be able to play the animation. So dot play is going to allow us to play. We want
Dot
to get the
play.
animation, tank idling, and that is it. So if we were to save,
Well.
test play, you can see no animation, right? But as soon as I enter the tank, animation, and the animation will go on forever.
So maybe I can press that loop, but that loop button can actually set it permanently. Awesome. And where did he put that? Did he put that in like an input thing? Okay. Like, I couldn't do that in on ready, could I? I guess if I wanted to stop sometimes. So maybe sometimes I'll want it to play, sometimes I won't want it to play. Well, really, so there's this slowdown thing. So there's this slowdown mechanic. So when you run into a wall, you stop. So we could say if slowdown is set to none, that is to say no slowdown, then play the walk animation. So, oh, I took out, hold on, I gotta add it back in. This is why I need debug tools. Okay, so there's this ravine you can fall in, and it stops the player right here. Bam. So so here, the reason why it stops is because slowdown is set to full. Well, we have terrain slowdown true or false. That should be more than true or false, technically. But we could just say if input up and terrain slowdown is false. If I say if terrain slowdown is set to false, then we'll get the animation player reference. It's going to be hard to oh, so that's the thing. I need to be able to reference it. So how do I copy node path? Can I actually do that? Will that work? Is that an acceptable reference? I didn't think so. Oh, maybe that'll work with the $sign. All right, let's see. Nope. Attempt to call play in base null instance on null instance, so it doesn't see that. So that's the thing, is I gotta figure out how to actually talk to this. Let's try this. I have an idea. So I'm gonna say, we're not gonna do it like this. I'm gonna make a variable. I'm gonna make an export variable for walk or anim. I'm gonna say anim walk. And I want to set it to an animation player. And then oh, we got to resolve this thing. Okay, so now we have an anim walk export variable here. I'm going to assign the animation player to that. And then say, if the terrain isn't being slowed down, then anim walk play run one. That's not gonna work. Cannot call non-static function play on the class animation player directly. Make an instance instead. What does that mean? Make an instance instead. Is that on ready? Do I need to do something in on ready first? Well, I'm going to ask ChatGPT. because I'm anxious for this to work. How do I get the animation? I don't know if ChatGPT will know how to do this. How do I get the animation player to play and resolve the following error? In my code below. Okay, error first. Code next. Save me, ChatGPT. You need to create an instance. Oops, it zoomed. You need to create an instance. Sorry that the zoom was on for so long. I apologize. Of animation player, and then call the play function on the instance. It seems you're trying to use animation player as a class variable export. Instead, you should use it as a regular variable and assign an instance in the ready function. Right, that's what I thought. Wasn't sure what that meant. Anim walk equals animation player. Oh, okay. You're saying $ animation player? But I can't reference it like that. I don't have that. So the problem is my animation player is in an instanced scene and I don't have a reference to it. That's why I wanted to do the export. You need to obtain a reference during runtime. You can do this using get node to find the animation player node within the instance scene. Oh. And where is that? In here? On ready. Oh. Oh. Okay, so if I say on ready colon animation player equals $ animation player, which we should rename that, of course. But now how do I set? Oh, I gotta fix this. But now how do I set the animation player to be that one? So already var to automatically the reference to animation player. If the animation player is not found, it prints a mess. Oh, because it's going to be in the instance? So then I need to reference. I still need to tell it to play it. I still have to tell it. It's not going to know what to do with it. So it may find it. So then we want to say if terrain slowdown false, animation player. Oh, look, we've got a reference to it right here. Was that there before? Play. Oh, and it's giving me autocomplete. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. Oh, shoot. Dude, it looks awesome. Wow. Wow. That looks so good. Dude, those numbers are ruining it. Get him out of here. Dude, this looks great. There's like a little awkwardness. I feel like the loop is a little awkward. It kind of jumps But man, it's not bad. It's got like the ever so slightest bit of walk where it snaps back. But it does not look bad. And obviously we're not running faster when we speed up. Wow. Now, question about how I coded this. What if I get rid of the on ready? I just want to confirm that this breaks it. And if it doesn't, great. It doesn't. We didn't need no on ready. I see. Okay, so we reference the alien, then do slash animation player. Gotcha. Dope. Now, why is it snapping like that? This is fantastic. I mean, we're good to go here. I mean, that's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna get out of here. Like, that's all I wanted to achieve today. I guess I do want to see. Maybe where that snapping is happening. I don't actually think that's the loop. I think it's somewhere else. Right here. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if that's it. Where is that happening? That whole back foot. Is just like jumping back very suddenly. I guess because, is it too short? I don't think it is. I don't think it is too short. Yeah, because one thing I see here, we have all these like continuous lines except for the other leg, the left leg. It's like it's not blending it for some reason. Not really sure why. But then again, this is all neck and shoulder stuff. So I'm not exactly sure why that's jerking it like that. It's when this leg jumps there. It's this jump. Maybe it is too short. I don't know. Or maybe it is the loop. Make this a little longer now. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why that snaps, but honestly... Oh no, that looks better. No, that fixed it. Or it looks a lot smoother. It's still a little snappy, but it's not bad. It looks pretty dang good. We got animation. I'm playing the outro. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Now it's not stopping. I don't really know why it isn't not playing it when we bump into that. I kind of think, I mean, I guess because there's not like a condition. Hey, Neil, what's up? I got my animation. I got my animation. I guess I would want to say else, if else, stop? Is that a thing? Is that how you use else? How do you use else? Like this? See if that does it. Now stopping will be awkward too, because it might like stop mid walk. Now we need to get a running right when we speed up. Still don't have that, but we have the default regular. Invalid function type stop. So then what? Is it like pause? I guess I need to look it up. Get playing speed is play. It says stop. Oh, but it just has to be a Boolean. Keep state Boolean false. So we would want to say like Boolean true or false. Wouldn't we have to clarify which one? I guess it'll just stop whatever animation is playing. Maybe that's what it is. We don't have to tell it what animation to stop. Just stop the animation that is relevant. Let's see if that works. And then do I need to say stop false? Like don't stop anymore? Maybe. Nice, it stops. And it starts again. Let's go. Awesome. Great. Done. Roll that outro music. Y'all, I'm very proud to say we got animation. What happens if we lose a limb? I think everything's gonna be fine. Judging by the arms. I think it's just gonna keep animating. So that's something to think about, right? Getting like an animation for if you have one leg, play like a separate one where it's like hopping in the center. It looks pretty darn good. Rigged an armature in Blender. And then set up keyframes in Godot. Put that in the code. We're off to the races, baby. We got an animated alien. So tomorrow, I'm gonna keep on this. I wanna see a running animation. Because we can speed up, but we don't necessarily start running. So I'd love to see a running animation. I'd love to see a one-legged hop animation. That'd be fun. And so then the other thing is if you lose both of your legs, I want the character to be dragging itself on the ground by its arms. So we could do that. I just want to like just do some more animations tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be back right here in Hyper Game Dev every Wednesday and Thursday working on Alien Meat World. The game has never felt more real. Look at that. We can kind of heal our limbs with these cows. Ideally, the alien would eat the cow when you drag it to the alien, and you would choose which limb you want to be healed. The alien would devour the cow, and that would be it. So that's all stuff to work on tomorrow. Not the cow stuff. Oh, we also set up a hacking plan. I got a hacking plan set up. So now I've got a project manager going. Look at that. Look at him go. I love it. I love game dev. Makes me happy. I have a lot of fun doing it. Thank you, everyone who came through and helped and just kept me company. It means a lot. Look at that. Oh. Didn't heal my limb, right? Wow. It looks so much better. It really, like, brings it to life in a really cool way. Wow, I'm just like, my imagination is popping off. Like, what about like when you strafe left and right? Maybe you like do like a, oh, we got stuck. That's a bug. And that's something that I set up in the hacking plan, was fixing the wall collision. So this is the hacking plan. It's like a project manager. We've got this in progress walk animation. We testing it. That's in testing. We gotta move that over, get that satisfaction, baby. That's what's up. Yeah, my imagination is popping off about all the things that can be added in to bring it to life even more. I'm excited to continue that journey with y'all. Take good care. And if you're watching this after the live stream, by the way, hello, thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to leave a thumbs up if you haven't yet. I appreciate it if you do that. It really helps this channel and this video. Also, if you're watching this after the live stream, you can tap or click in the bottom left to watch the last live stream in this series. You can tap or click on the right to see the next one. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you next time. Bye.